Look at the strength of your body, the desire in your heart. I gave you this. Such a waste. Contemplate this on the tree of woe. Crucify him.
You guys ready for another crucifixion? We already got Andrew Tate. Who would you rather have crucified? The king of the incels? Or the top G? Oh yeah, we're going there today. We're going lots of places today. Sorry for the delay. I had to get a lot of video for this one. You have Barabbas and you have Jordan Christ. Who will you crucify? I will be Pontius Pilate today. Who will you have? Roosh Christ? Roosh. I have a picture of Roosh actually. That's okay. Interesting that we are basing like our villainous characters, the bad guys, are now no longer like the Russians or the Afghans or the terrorists or whatever it is. Just name it. Now it's the incels get their moment to be the Hollywood bad guys now, and it's like, who is it okay to hate? Who is it okay to throw stones at? And apparently it's the quote unquote incel community. And so what is incel? An incel is an involuntary celibate. They've been around forever.
Because I've been talking to young men too. It's about the ones that get all resentful about being rejected by women. It's like, all the women are rejecting you, eh? It's like, yeah, those goddamn women. No, if all the women are rejecting you, it's not the women, buddy.
That's you. You got to figure something out.
You've got some work to do.
To wrap it up, I don't want to, but I have to. I want to ask you just quickly, the film director Olivia Wilde has a new movie out, which she says is based on you, this insane man, this pseudo-intellectual hero to the incel community. Incel being these weirdo loner men who are despicable in many ways. Is that you? Are you the intellectual hero to these people?
Sure. Why not? People have been after me for a long time because I've been speaking to disaffected young men. What a terrible thing to do that is. I thought the marginalized were supposed to have a voice.
It's making you emotional. Talk about that.
Well, God, it's very difficult to understand how demoralized people are. And certainly many young men are in that category. And you get these casual insults, these incels. What does it mean? It's like, well, these men, they don't know how to make themselves attractive to women who are very picky, and good for them. Women, be picky. That's your gift, man.
Ooh, the cognitive dissonance is flowing like a mighty river. Demand
high standards from your men. Fair enough. But all these men who are alienated, it's like they're lonesome and they don't know what to do, and everyone piles abuse on them.
When she said that, Olivia Wilde, it stung you, didn't it? That's all the
reaction.
By
that time, that as far as critiques go, that was kind of low level. I mean, once I got painted as Red Skull, magical super Nazi, that was kind of the end of the insults. There's no place past that. So when Olivia Wilde made those comments, the first thing I did was go look at the preview for her movie, which I quite liked. I thought I would go see that movie probably, and perhaps I will. It didn't really bother me. My family and I talked about it right away, and we were able to respond to it with some degree of humor, which then people completely misunderstood. I said I hope that, that if I had to be played by someone, I think it's Chris Wilde, he's a very good-looking man, and so that seems all right, and then I said something like, I hope he gets my fashion style choice right when he plays me. And it was a joke. All that was a joke.
I mean, you've been so controlled today, and yet in that brief moment, you got very emotional. Why?
It's really something to see constantly how many people are dying for lack of an encouraging word. And how easy it is to provide that if you're careful. You know, give credit where credit is due. And to say, you're a net force for good if you want to be.
Do you believe you're a net force for good?
Net, yes. In all the details, probably not. You know, no one's perfect. So people make their mistakes as they stumble uphill.
Jordan's been a
Guilty. Man, welcome. I thought we had to go through that. I'm sorry. I apologize for such a heinous way to start the day. Thank you, Edman209, for your appreciation. I appreciate you too, brother. Okay, so check this out. You want to know why I'm a little late? It's because I was working on this. I'm trying to get two cameras in this giant studio in here, so I'm still trying to figure a few things out. You like that? Yes, and I am still a one-man show today. That might change very soon. Yeah, okay. Today we're going to be getting into Jordan Peterson. Oh, no, not that guy again. No. Rollo can't do that again. What is your problem, Rollo? Why is it that you want to bang Michaela Peterson?
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for Jordan Peterson. What's the matter with you? It's always a Peterson thumbnail. Yeah, it is. Sorry, not sorry. As I've said before, sometimes you have to draw attention to things you don't necessarily want to draw attention to. As you guys know, I probably have been sniped at by Michaela Peterson really since January of this year. I mean, I did let's see when she published. Oh, it was it was after Christmas, December of last year. Yes, that was my Christmas present. I think it was the 27th or 28th of December. And Michaela finally decided to put our very butchered, chopped up interview together. And so that began my long and arduous relationship with the Peterson clan. So Michaela is in fact still looking for a babysitter. Would you like me to show you? I will show you here in a moment. She's still looking for she's actually I'll tell you what's funny is today this show is really all about vindication. Very much about vindication. So that's going to be the theme of today's show is vindication. And what I mean by that is hear me now, believe me later. And yes, I know that's Hans and Franz. But the saying is actually pretty interesting. Hey, Moon Gang. Okay. Scott. Where's my Moon Gang people? Thank you. You know what? You get there's my Moon Gang people. Who's Moon Gang? Ask them in the chat. It's easier if they tell you. So today's video that we were starting off with, I'm sure you've probably already seen this making the rounds right now. That is, of course, Jordan Peterson on the Piers Morgan show. If you watched the Rule Zero show, which was on John MLD's channel, Modern Life Dating John, Hot Dude Army John, that guy. Yeah. We had we were on for 2 hours. It was a very good, that was, by the way, guys, if you're any Rule Zero people watching this, that was classic Rule Zero. That is the kind of content I come to YouTube for. It was a very, very good conversation and very substantive. And that's going to be your vocabulary word right out the gate today. We were really had a lot of good back and forth, although we did get a little sidetracked with robot dogs and machine guns attached to robot dogs. So go and check that out. It's over on it's the Rule Zero episode on John MLD's channel. You can go, you probably already know where to go find it. If you don't, I'll be happy to put it in the description for you guys later. If somebody can go ahead and put that, somebody can go put that on. You know, I'll tell you, that was funny. That was actually, and it wasn't John, by the way, it wasn't John that came up with the robot dogs topic. It was actually John Fitch. And I was like, damn, man, John Fitch is very talkative today, and he was really talking about surveillance and Illuminati and sort of Art Bell kind of topics, which I thought was really interesting. That camera right there is my Z10. And I put a new lens on that. I'm hoping it's going to work out pretty well. I'm going to have a look at this later on. I've got it on manual focus. That looks like a little bit out of focus, but I might, I'll tweak it a little bit later. As I said, I am a one-man show today. Yeah, that was Black Mirror. And the episode was called, I want to say it was, by the way, I love Black Mirror in case you hadn't figured that one out. And the episode was called Metalhead, which is of course why I went to go look at it, right? Man, that was some scary ass stuff, man. But it's when you, I don't want to ruin it for you. I don't want to give you a spoiler, but I think people have seen it already. I believe it was season 4 of Black Mirror, and I want to say it was like I believe the title of the show was called Metalhead, and it was I love Black Mirror because it's almost like it's like a forecasting the next thing that's coming along. Oh my goodness, what do you got here? Hold on a second, wait. Hi, Rollo from India. Well, you caps lock hustler here. I think Peterson crime proves that he is hopeless about the future of men in democracies. In India, Supreme Court gave judgments allowing, CCTVs on bedrooms of married pairs. Yeah, I'll tell. What's your name? Abhinag. Abhai. Sorry, I'm going to butcher your name, man. I am still in the works getting Deepika Bardwan. I hope I'm saying her name right. She is the director and the producer of a documentary called India's Sons. I would be very surprised if it was on Netflix. She sent me, people don't know, I've been a friend of hers, kind of like an internet friend of hers for a long time. Is he crying because the nukes are 18 minutes away? Probably not. So I don't know, where is he? So yeah, and as far as India is concerned, yeah, I am well aware of the situation. Like, you want to talk about like when we talk about intersexual dynamics in the United States, I know we get into really hot takes on how bad American women are and how bad marriage is in the United States. And I think sometimes we really don't stand back and look at things on sort of a God's eye view or bird's eye, whatever, God's eye view of really the intersexual landscape right now. I think that Piers Morgan deeming, Jordan Peterson sort of the king of the incels, and I know it wasn't him. But by having him on the show and having this discussion and having him sort of like, it's like Jordan wept. It's like, and Jesus wept. And it's like the shortest line in the Bible of Jordanetics. And by the way, there is a book called Jordanetics, courtesy of my good friend, Vox Day. I watched this with a growing interest because I am constantly bombarded with Jordan Peterson hot takes on my reels, on my DMs, on my now TikTok, which I am starting to fill out a little bit. I was trying to get Rugby, my good friend Rugby. I'm sorry, Rugby. I laid it on you too at the last minute there, but Rugby sometimes will help me out and like go source some videos and some resources and content for me occasionally. And one of the things I used, and I can't for the life of me, I cannot remember where I picked this up from. I want to say it was in the interview of Jordan Peterson and Hafiz on The Roommates, and this was from a while back. And I was watching this, and I picked up on, I think it was because Ruslan was coming at me for giving him grief or something about that. And this was like back in like November of last year, I think. It might have been a little bit later, but I used a reel or a clip from that interview of Hafiz and Jordan Peterson. And the only reason it came to my attention is because, of course, Ruslan wanted to use it as some sort of vindication. I wanted to use it as some sort of like proof of concept. Oh, those red pill guys don't know anything. Listen to Jordan Peterson. He's got it going on. And so I don't think he does. Ruslan, I don't think he does, Hafiz. Quite honestly, I think I'm just going to come out and say it. I think that Jordan Peterson is a social media creation, and that's where he's at right now and has been so for quite some time. The Jordan Peterson of 2017 and 2018 is not the Jordan Peterson of 2022. The post benzo whatever addiction Russian rehab Jordan is quite a different Jordan than before. And if that's not apparent to you, and if he's like your hero du jour, you owe it to yourself to go and look at some of the early videos and then compare and contrast to things like this. Now, I was talking to John, I was talking to Ryan, John Fitch, Troy Francis came in for a little bit. Even Aaron Clary was in. Aaron, thank you. Not gay. And we were talking about this, and I said, you know what? It looks like Jordan's off his meds. And I mean that in the nicest, gentlest, most diplomatic way, but it looks like Jordan is off his meds because I have seen him much more. It's almost like manic depression. It's almost like highs and lows. And I have seen interviews of him where he was very animated and very in your face and very sort of wrath of God shit. And then it's like, the passion of the Christ, right? Then it's like weeping from the martyrdom kind of thing. And so the very fact that this Olivia Wilde director, who, by the way, very forgettable movie, Matt Walsh called her out earlier on this week, I think too. And I'm like, no one cares, Matt. No one cares about Olivia Wilde. No one cares about her movie. No one cares that she used Jordan Peterson as the villain in her movie. In fact, Jordan Peterson probably doesn't even care either. But it is a very convenient way for him to just sort of like brand build when he can cry on demand, or maybe he was off his meds. I don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and speculate, but I will say this: I'm getting a little bit tired of the emotional highs and lows from this guy, and quite honestly, I think he's probably trying to find a way to sort of exit gracefully at this stage. Josiah Karsten, what do you have to say? Oh, you were so nice. I'll give you one of these. Silly question, but to help settle a debate, if you were to ask a woman to marry you. I have actually. I've asked two just this year. Can you go and find which episode of Fresh and Fit it was on? Would you get down on one knee or stay standing? Stay standing. Would you like me to? Well, that's a $50 super chat. Would you like me to explain why the tradition is for men to get on one knee and profess and proclaim his love for his one and only, to put the ring on the finger? Do you want to know why that is? You know where that comes from? Because it's a sign of abeyance. There's another vocabulary for you, children. It is. Hello there, children. How's it going? Okay, so you want to know why getting on one knee, getting on bended knee, and hoping that your paramour will take pity on your horribly love-stricken soul, right? Why is that romantic? Well, the reason why that is a romantic ideal is because it shows that the woman has sort of smitten the guy. He has no other choice. He's moved to get on one knee. And you think about when you get on, and have you ever gotten, here's a good question. Have you ever gotten on one knee? Have you gotten on your knees to pray? Like if you go to mass, you got the pews and everything, you pull down the pads and the knee pads. And I know because my mom was a confirmed Catholic, but that's really the only time I see people kneeing, unless they're taking a knee at the national anthem, or unless it's the Democrats taking a knee for whatever whatever cause du jour it happens to be, right? So when you look at what does that signify? It signifies what's called abeyance. It is reverence. It is, I'm going to submit. I'm going to be deferential to this authority. And it used to be a sign. It used to be something that was very, very valued for women, because in a man's world, it was women who were the ones who had to sort of, had to swear or had to be at least abeyant. Is that a word? Abeyance to men. And so when the prince takes interest in the peasant girl and she has smitten him and he is controlled by love, all those great things we're going to talk about this today too. All those great things you write 80s power ballads about. Yeah, all that. Get on one knee and you are taking that peasant girl and saying, you know what? Love has conquered my soul so much so that I will do anything for you. You are now my mistress, because masteress, whatever, in the sense that she now owns your soul, or now owns your heart. And that was a sign of abeyance. And it meant something back in the day when a guy was super alpha male and high value. So a guy getting on one knee to a woman, and the guy is a beta male, and he's very, wears his emotions on his sleeve, and he's pretty much just like 80, 90% of guys today getting on one knee. There's lots of guys that would be happy to do that, right? It used to be a rarity, and it used to be something that only men who had the value would do to confirm that they were in some way swearing fealty, right? You would do that to a king. You would do that to a queen. You do it God and country. You do it before God. You do it before your country. But you're going to do it for a woman. It used to mean something. Today it doesn't mean anything. It means very, very little. All those romantic gestures mean nothing, my friends. Let's catch up. Here we go. He isn't the same man anymore since his illness. Yeah. I would say that's definitely the case. I would also say that he is most likely on some other drug right now, and I'm just spitballing here. I don't know that, allegedly. Okay, I don't know that for a fact, but I will say he definitely has some emotional highs and emotional lows that one might associate with not being able to stay on meds or not being able to regulate. I know he has been on SSRIs, antidepressants, for a while. Peterson has definitely gone way more teary-eyed, but I think his daughter taking the reins in the last few years has transformed him. Yeah, transformed him into a product. He'll be the first one to talk about that. I don't think that's any great secret. I'm not like giving up the farm on that one. Todd, thank you. FYI, he is off his meds. He stated in the interview, with that British female journalist that his all beef diet has enabled him to get off antidepressants. I wonder if I were to be able to have a discussion, let's just say, with Andrew Tate at this point. I think one of the first things I would do, and I would very much, if you haven't been watching Fresh and Fit or Myron and Fresh or Fresh or Sneeko or the Tate brothers, they are all together in Romania. They spent a week in the UK, and now they are all in Romania just doing live streams. And by the way, big ups to them. Here you go. Shout out to Myron and Fresh and Sneeko. You guys are taking a huge, huge chance. A huge risk with your channel by doing that. And you know what? I'm glad you are. To me anyways, that seems like an act of bravery, but man, that is most definitely a risk. How do I know? Because I got my first hate speech strike just this week. I think it was 3 days ago. And yes, I did appeal it, and no, it didn't get overturned. It's just a warning. And it was for a previous video. It was for the XQC video that I did. And most of you guys, and you follow along with me. It is the first and only time since 2018, when I was with Pat Campbell, when did we start this? I think it was like January, February, 2018. The first time I have ever had any kind of real permanent, it's not even really a strike. It was a warning. But if I get another one, I'm going to get a strike. And then they suspend you. And as you know, like Myron and Fresh have gone through this. Donovan Sharp has gone through this. Everybody else has gone through this. I have never had the occasion to have to go through this, to have to appeal it. Once again, it was, I think anyways, of course, they never really tell you. There's never any real explanation for this. But about 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, yeah, I got a bunch of copy. Well, they weren't really strikes, but I had a bunch of my clips removed, and I had one of my main channel live streams removed. And the only thing that they all had in common was Andrew Tate. So each and every one of them, it made me oh, by the way, I'm not the only one. So like Myron and Fresh were having them removed. I believe Donovan had 1 or 2 removed. I know John from Our Life Dating, Justin Waller had some removed. There's quite a few. I think even Mike Sartain might have had 1 removed. But there was a lot of guys who were getting I don't want strikes, but they were just having their content removed as a result. And the only commonality that I can think of. Okay, I'll call you by your last name, which is Nag. Nag? I don't know. I think Hollywood is a prime example of the downfall of the USA, from Stallone to Seagal, Shia LaBeouf. Remember when that was all going down? You know what I'm going to call you, Nag? I'm going to call you Caps Lock Hustler until you take the caps lock off. How's that? Yeah, the top G. So anyways, long story short, that was an act of bravery, I think, quite honestly. Now, I mean, say what you want to about the content they were putting out, but them going and doing that was actually an act of bravery. And again, here, give you another one. Big ups to Fresh and Fit and Fresh and Myron and everybody else for taking that chance, because man, they don't think for a second that they're not on top of their game. By the way, I also, oh wait, here's the plug. One of these days, somebody from Devil Mountain Coffee is going to call me up and say, "Hey, Rollo, would you like some free coffee?" And I'm going to go, "Yes, I would." I don't need any money, but like a free pound of coffee would be all right now and then. Anyways, thank you very much. There you go. Say my name. Your book saved my life. Oh, thank you. My book saved my life. Although I will say well, I shouldn't say that. The main book is doing very, very well. The 5th book is doing very, very well. The other ones are okay. I'll tell you what I find interesting about my work at this point, as far as my literary work. Audible outsells everything. And when it's not a complaint, it's just an observation. It seems like everybody really wants to either buy the print book, which is fine. Kindle is do people even use Kindle anymore? I think most people would rather either read a physical book, because like in my book, you kind of have to. So it's like, for a lot of the guys who are my diehards, they go and highlight the parts of, man, you can look at that. Holy mackerel. Look at the difference between this and this. Like there's no filtering or smoothing, but on this one, I think the default setting is like the middle amount of smoothing. So it's like a little baby. He's like a little baby. I have to do something about that. But anyways, I was just setting up the lighting in here. I'm trying to. Oh, by the way, I've still got more hex stuff coming in. You can't really tell it's hex right now, but once I get the lighting set up, I'm actually thinking I might put 3 guitars in here. When I'm done, I'll maybe put one right there too. I'm still trying to get the devil horns. I can't quite get them just yet. I might move this over a touch so that I can do that. Anyways, Star-Lord. Come on, man.
Hello there, children.
Try to keep
How's
up.
it going?
Try to keep up with this, okay? Here, okay. Wait. Here, this is for you.
You lose. Good day, sir.
Show up late, come up short. Honey Simon, when birth rates collapse, will society follow? No, it won't. How will they maintain the infrastructure with the millions and millions of people that are already here? Will that cause a return to traditional values necessarily? No, it won't. The only thing that's going to, there's no return, by the way. I was asked this, by the way, yesterday on Rule Zero, and I think even was that John started it out that way, and he's like, "Oh, pendulum this and that." I'm like, "No, dude. There is no pendulum. Okay, there's not going to be a return to traditional values. It's not going to be a return to the golden era of the good old days, whatever you're romanticizing. You're going to go forward. What you're going to do there is kind of like up to you. If you want to see things to be a little bit more traditional, whatever that means to you, it's going to look like something that no one's ever seen before. That's why I keep saying there is no return. It's not cyclic, man. You're not going, oh, hey, let's go. This is the great wheel in the sky, baby. That's not what we're talking about. There is no pendulum. You go forward. You can't. What was that? Here's the Dune quote from the book Dune. Frank Herbert, you cannot back into the future. You're not going to reverse the car into the future. Okay. You're going forward. That's how we do it here. Does New Order thinking require rejection of tradition? No. Why is everybody like so bent on tradition? They say, what? Whose tradition? Whose tradition are we talking about? Judeo-Christian tradition? Muslim tradition? Hindu tradition? Tell me who tradition could mean the Bushido Code from feudal Japan. Whose tradition are we talking about? So let's see. That's the problem, I think. We want to talk about traditional side. By the way, I got into it with Jedediah Bila this week. If you haven't seen that show, that I think was we are doing better and better. I didn't think that my relationship with Jedediah Bila would really flower into what it is right now. But we talked some good shit, man. It was a good show. And one of the things we did talk about was like, tradition and this and that and everything. We're going to go back, or it said strong men are going to create good times. No, they're going to go forward and we're going to see what happens. Like we're making this shit up as we go along, my friends. Does New Order thinking require rejecting tradition? No, I don't think so. If by tradition you mean what worked for us in the old order, what worked for us in the 20th century, obviously there are certain principles and foundations and best practices that we can certainly take into the future with us. Absolutely. In fact, we can't not do that because when we build upon the best practices and the institutions and the good ideas. And then we take those and modify them and push them into the future when we do new things. There's stuff that by the way, tradition is going to be challenged by stuff that I don't even know about and you don't even know about. And maybe your kids are never going to know about, right? Maybe your grandchildren will know. And is there a difference between old order thinking and tradition? Yes, there is. Old order thinking, what American Man is referencing is in my fourth book in religion, in the first chapter. No, it was in the introduction. I make reference to the fact that we have sort of entered a new era of information. I likened it to the invention of the internet. Anyways, I likened the internet to the invention of movable type, like the Gutenberg printing press, movable printing press. Right? And the only reason I even know about that is because I have a graphic design background and I'm pretty well aware of the history of that kind of stuff. So don't say that. Don't say that. But anyways, I was just going to say, as far as tradition is concerned, I think you need to decide what is traditional and what is not. What is best practices and what is not. Because to some people, tradition might be repeating the stuff of Gloria Steinem and Betty Friedan. That's traditional feminism. That's tradition. Are we going to return to that? Should we drag that into the new century? The new millennium? Well, we are, whether you like it or not. Arthur, what game would you recommend to successful men to maximize short-term body count? What game to maximize short-term body count? How would it be different from a game for an average guy? You mean game as in like social skills to learn a game, formalize game? Well, first of all, you can go and read that. Thank you very much for that too. Here, I'll give you one of these. Where'd it go?
You're goddamn right.
Yes. Thank you for referencing book 5, which is the Player's Handbook, now available on Audible and fine stores like Amazon, only exclusively on Amazon. What game would I recommend? I see. Here's the thing: is I don't give prescriptions like that, Arthur, simply because I don't know you, and I don't know the situations. I don't know your context. I could very easily say, "Well, spin more plates, my friend," right? Or I could say, "Well, amuse mastery, command presence, learn command presence." I could say, "Hey, learn how to deliver a great neg hit," right? I could say something like that, and you go, "I can't do that because I'm 6 foot tall and I'm 400 pounds overweight." Well, again, that's why I don't give prescriptions. And the other thing is, I think probably the next question you need to ask yourself is, why do you want to maximize your body count? You see, that's the thing is the goal to maximize your body count? By the way, I gotta keep saying that. I saw it was supposed to be like a gotcha moment, I think, with Ruslan when I did that interview back in because it wasn't a debate. That interview back in July on Adam Sosnick's show, and I was every once in a while people will show me clips from that, or hey, Ruslan's coming. I don't give two shits about Ruslan. Thank you. But I did watch a clip, I think it was, and that was the first thing. I was like, well, your advice is no, there's no advice involved in here, but your advice is to spin plates and to date non-exclusively and max it in order to maximize your notch count. No, that's not it. And clearly you haven't read the book if that's the case, because it's not about, I make this very, very clear in the player's handbook, is that the metric for game should never be notch count. Because if one guy tells you I have a notch count of 600 and another guy says I have a notch count of 80, okay, who's more successful, the guy with the 80 or the guy with the 600? Well, the guy who's got 600, he got 600 because he has a habit of paying escorts, and he's a sugar daddy, and he likes to go out to the cat houses here in Nevada, right? So whose game is better, the guy with 80 or the guy with 600? It's kind of immaterial. What game is it's learning social skills, and that are sorely needed by the incels that Jordan Peterson is now the high poobah messiah of right now, courtesy of Olivia Wilde, right? So my bigger question to you is, what is it about maximizing notch count that makes that the goal for you? I'm not saying, if you want to enjoy the attentions and enjoy sex and enjoy the intimacy and enjoy the time with many beautiful women, Mike Sartain, then by all means, go right ahead, have a good time, but that shouldn't be the goal of learning game. Learning game has so many other facets to it that I think it's kind of it's limited. In fact, when people ask me that question, I kind of raise an eyebrow, right? Because to me, it seems like a gotcha question, just like Ruslan, right? So again, I can't give you best practices because I don't know the context. If you want to book a session with me, you know where to find me. Or, by the way, you can also join my my Patreon group, and I do a monthly gathering of guys. I cap it at 25. We now have, I believe, 12, and we do a 2-hour once a month Patreon membership. It's the highest tier membership, and we have a pretty good talk. So go check that out. Glenn Lawrence, my hero. The good old days are behind us. Our future is what we make it with the information and knowledge we have. Yes, absolutely. Go forward. Don't go backwards. I mean, it's kind of like asking Bruce Lee, what's the best martial arts, Bruce? Well, he takes a little bit of this smorgasbord. Go to the buffet and pick what works and don't pick what doesn't. Any advice on work in a school and teaching boys to be masculine? Any tips? I worked with kids that have autism, mostly boys. Yeah, probably only boys, and nobody really cares. Yeah, that's tough, man. And thank you. By the way, you know what? Here, you get one of these, AJ. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate you. Appreciate you, man. You should be appreciated. You should be paid more than Andrew Tate for doing that, because that's a necessary, especially as a man, that's necessary these days. Again, advice. The only thing I can think of is like you're going to have to deal with that autism. You're going, or even that the lack of, man, it might not even be autism. It could just simply be a retardation, a clinical. I mean that in the clinical sense, a retardation of social skills. And I think really it's I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a child therapist. I certainly don't have a background in really clinical autism. But I would say this is that probably the best place to begin from is to understand that though that lack of social skills is going to follow them throughout their lives. So like be ready for that and be aware of that. That's as best I can put it. Hit me up an email, man. Maybe I got some better ideas later on. We might get to that a little bit today too. I want to show about I want to actually show some stats about the increase in autism right now. Caps Locks Hustler. Do you think the future is poly or childless chicks? Mostly childless chicks. JP, let the woke mob get him, and he was beta enough to take the pills and cry, lose focus over with a 304 daughter. You're the hero. Thank you very much. I don't feel like a hero. Honey Simon, if monogamous societies are more stable, should society restrict the female dating strategy? Yes. I'm all ears. What's the plan for organizing society after the riots, after the chaos, after anarchy reigns in the streets? How are we going to reform the new order? I would like to know. So tell me what your plan is. If women don't adjust, we won't. If women don't adjust, won't we destabilize? Yes, for a time, anyways. Until it gets to the point where we can no longer afford the luxury beliefs of gynocentrism. Let's just put it that way. Nathan, I'm sorry. I'm like whipping through these real quick here. I'd love to see Giovanni Sanders on that new studio. Well, your wish is my command. I have been working with Giovanni, by the way, to help me do the outro song or the outro music for my new project. I was going to leave this till the top of the hour, but since you brought it up, Nathan, Giovanni's helping me with. I've already got the intro music courtesy of Mark Savo, and actually I think all the Savo brothers were involved. I've got a really good. I don't want to give it away right now because then I don't want to ruin it on this show. But we've got a really good intro for what I have working in the works here. You're going to see more of it coming up this week. Actually, probably starting tomorrow is when I'm going to start doing the media campaign for it. But Mike Sartain and I are officially now announcing that we are doing a full panel show. We're going to do it bi-weekly right now, so it's like every other week. We are calling it Access Vegas. And Access Vegas is going to have myself, Mike Sartain, and anywhere between 2 and 4 very, very top shelf, beautiful women who can also carry on a conversation. And so we're going to be having it's going to be a show that is dedicated to intersexual dynamics. It's going to be the show that no one like Patrick Bet-David or Adam Sosnick or Matt Walsh or the roommates or name whoever's like sort of like on the periphery of the manosphere and they just want to poke the manosphere a little bit. They don't want to do a whole dedicated show to anything about intersexual dynamics until Jordan Peterson starts crying on Piers Morgan, right? Well, guess what? Me and Mike are going to do it, and we're going to do it in Vegas. We're going to do a real big build up for it. We've got some special events that are coming up. We're also going to be working with Red Pill Lions, of course, my NFT. And I also have Torshaa coming in to be my Natalia for this show and hopefully future shows as well. She will be web mistress for that show. I don't know where she is right now. I think she's got a show that's going on. And as I said before, Giovanni Sanders is one of my new mutants. I am Professor X, and these are my new mutants. If you would like to know who my new mutants are, you can go and look at all the Savo brothers, including Nikki, who's kind of like a brother. Torshaa is one of my new mutants. Trey Little, rapper Trey Little, is one of my new mutants. I'm going to have him come out as well if you don't know who he is. I'm going to drop some names here. Giovanni Sanders, one of my new mutants. So I guess maybe Mike Sartain. I don't want to call him new because he's been doing this kind of stuff for a while. So he's kind of like part of the new crew. Not that I'm giving up on Rule Zero or anything. They're like the X-Men, right? We're still the X-Men. We're the Avengers, right? We're the X-Men for Rule Zero. But I've got my New Mutants, and my New Mutants I would include Big Mo. If Big Mo shows up, definitely he's one of the New Mutants. So, and you'll meet some more of them along the way, but these are guys who are young, hungry. They're on board with the Red Pill, message. And it's about doing things rather than just brand development, although I'm sure that's probably going to feature. Rollo, I appreciate your content. Oh, by the way, hold on, before I get to that, sorry, Chalk, Talk, whatever your name is. So Friday, October 7th, 10 p.m. Pacific time, because we're on the West Coast, and we will be in Las Vegas, Nevada. We will be at Sticky Paws Studio. That's the place where I did the last interview with Mike. It will be featured on this channel that you're watching right now. There will be a live stream, so you will be able to throw in whatever chats you want, and please throw a lot of them in there, because I'm actually not going to be watching it so much. It's going to be Tori who's going to be sifting through the super chats for me and calling them out and reading them. So be respectful, right? Or not, whatever. But anyways, she's going to be the one who's going to be my Chris Pogson. She's going to be our producer, for whatever that means. So she'll be in the chat. She'll be the one sort of regulating things, like live moderating it, I guess. If we need, fun facts, she'll be the one who's going to go dig it up for us. So it will be live streamed on this show, and then it will also be simulcast onto Mike Sartain's channel. That's just how we're doing it for now. Eventually, as things grow, we will most likely put it on a dedicated channel. But for right now, since I've got the bigger reach, though, we're going to do the live stream on my channel. It will be simulcast to Mike Sartain's show. He will be keeper of the recorded version of it, so that will go on his show. So you can go. Please go follow Mike Sartain. Also, we're going to let's see, when is it going to be? Oh, and then the following week, or excuse me, the second show will be on October 21st. That's another Friday. Again, I believe we're going to do it at 10 p.m. I will show you, if you follow me on Instagram, you've probably already seen some of my stories with the guests who are going to be on with us. Anyways, big deal. We're going to be making some moves, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's kind of like the show I've been wanting to do for a while. So we're going to be doing that, and very substantive. We will have topics. We will have good discussions. It's going to be great. So please check that out. It will be called Access Vegas, not Access Hollywood, Access Vegas. And it will be on the first show will be October 7th. And by the way, we have other events and stuff going too. Chalk T says, Rollo, I appreciate your content, man. I recently ended a relationship because I refused to sacrifice my self-respect boundaries for her, even though I loved her. I know my worth and have options. Good for you, man. Are sugar daddies alpha or beta according to you? Beta. Thank you. Next. You don't have to stay in the 80%. You don't. Knowing you're there doesn't have to be met with doom. Men can get out of the 80%. You just need discipline. You are absolutely correct in that. Very good. Thank you. You paying attention. Let's see if I can switch over. If a child is screaming and crying, what will you do? Versus a child is crying but not screaming. Thanks. Okay, that. Now we're going to get into a couple of other things here. Before we get started, I wanted to switch back here. I've got some other interesting fun facts that are coming up here, but what I wanted to point out with the whole Peterson, the way Peterson wept. The problem I have with all of that, the problem I have with Peterson is not necessarily a personal problem or anything like that, because people are going to say, well, you're professionally jealous. Let's just get that out of the way right now. I am not professionally jealous. But trust me, at this stage, I am most definitely not jealous of Jordan Peterson. But that, of course, is going to be the first thing out of anybody's mouth. So let me head you off at the pass in the comments, because well, you guys are very respectful in the chat. But let me head you off at the pass, commenters who want to go and do a drive-by comment here. Peterson, I was critical of Jordan Peterson as far back as 2017 or 2018. As a matter of fact, the first Red Man Group show, remember that show? That long, foggy old show that I used to do back then. That is the very first show we did, actually. I was critical of Jordan Peterson. People ran me up the flagpole. And then you had Vox Day. Vox Day has always been very critical of Jordan Peterson. Now, more so from a religious perspective, but and then also from, I want to say, kind of from a psychological perspective. But Jordan, or was it Vox Day, has a book out, and it came out in 2018, I believe. It has the foreword was written by Milo Yiannopoulos, so that ought to tell you something about it. It was a book that was very critical of Jordan Peterson, and it was written by Vox Day, and it was called Jordanetics. And I think he's been made aware of it a few times. People being critical of Jordan Peterson is nothing new. Olivia Wilde using him as sort of like the archetype for a villain in one of her movies or whatever. She's just basically, the only reason she's saying that is because she wants to get a rise. It's just advertising. That's all it is. It's marketing. So she can go and say that, and like, whether you know him or you don't, like, oh, really? I'm going to watch. The reason why she's doing that, first of all, she's like this I don't know, is she an unknown? Would you call Olivia Wilde an unknown? Maybe. But she, as I said in Jedediah Bila's show, we now have permission to hate on incels. We now have permission to hate them, right? They can be the villains. And what the point I was trying to make on Jedediah's show is this: is like, at certain parts in history, at certain points in history, there are races, there are ethnicities, there's nationalities, there are I guess social tribes, basically, for lack of a better term. There's certain tribes that are okay to be the villains. So if you've ever watched, Die Hard, the very first Die Hard, and you look at Nakatomi Plaza, right? You're going to see it at Christmas time, trust me. It is a Christmas movie. But the villains are, what weren't they from South Africa or something like that? I want to say, was it Jeremy Irons who was no, it wasn't Jeremy Irons. Who was the main villain? Had the, sort of the British accent, but I guess maybe it was a South African accent, because I don't know the difference. Sorry. But it was okay to hate on them. Or when Rambo was fighting the Russians in Afghanistan with the Afghanistan people who were like, the Mujahideen. And I think it was like the second or the third Rambo movie. I can't remember which one. And it was like, it was okay to hate the Russians because it's the 80s and Reagan's is in the White House, and you've got Arnold Schwarzenegger in Commando or Raw Deal. You look at those old movies, and it was okay to hate on certain. They were the villains. You could cast them as the villains. Same thing was true for the Japanese during, wartime. You always made them look like sinister Japanese, right? German, same thing. It was okay. Or, even Chinese, it was like, that Fu Manchu kind of thing. Like, what was it? Flash Gordon. Remember when like Ming the Merciless was like the evil villain in Flash Gordon, and he had that's why how what a Fu Manchu is, because it's like, those pathetic earthlings, like that look was there's a nationality associated with that. There's a archetype or a stereotype or essentially it's institutionalized racism. Let's just be honest. Yeah, it was good. You know what? God damn it. You were right. That was you're damn here. Where is it? You're goddamn right, man. Flash Gordon is a classic. I don't care what anybody has to say. So is Kroll, by the way. I'm not getting into that. But the Fu Manchu, it's okay to hate on him. Okay, now then we move into Back to the Future. Remember Back to the Future? Who were the villains in that? When they were trying to kill the Doc Brown, right? Because he stole the plutonium, or he got the plutonium. Or no, it was the no, he needed a nuclear reaction or something for the flux capacitor, and so he had to go and get it illegally from terrorists. So terrorists were okay to hate. It just depends on where we're at in society at a particular time. That's who gets to be the villain. And so the villains now are incels. And as such, they need an architect. They need a leader. They need a glorious leader. And who's going to be their leader? Who is the king of the incels? I have a question. Every incel has a mother. Are their mothers? Are they solipsistic? Yes, they are, because women are solipsistic. Thank you very much for playing. There's that attention you were looking for. Oh, wait, I missed this one. Sorry, Aja. Thanks for the kind words. Funny thing is, I realize most 80% of the kids respect me more than the female teachers. Yeah, I'm probably likely so. The female teachers have realized that they told me that they get jealous. You know what? That's funny. I got some stats for you, my friend. Hey, Dave Lauro. Dave, thank you very much for joining us today. Yeah. By the way, students do better for male teachers. That's a statistic. That's a very well-researched statistical fact that students try harder for male teachers. Would you like me to show you the stats? I'll give you the stats today. So I think that the idea of hating on incels is I think it's in vogue now. Everybody knows the word incel. You're an incel. You know, I'm gonna go full Aaron Clary. You're an incel, right? You're an incel. Hey, grandma knows an internet word, incel. Incel has entered our popular lexicon, let's just say. Now it's okay to hate on incels, and now those incels need a leader. And I mentioned this I think as far back as when I was critical of the MRA movements and Paul Elam and Dean Esme, back when, you know, the Red Pill movie was such a thing. What the hell was her name? I can't, so forgettable. No, it was whatever. The Red Pill movie that was going on at that time. And people were trying to throw rocks at the MRA movement. And it was, God damn it. You had to do this. I knew this was coming. I knew you were going to do this.
She's not a Christian.
Jordan 316. For Peterson loved the incels, so loved the incels that he gave his only begotten daughter that whoever believes in him should not be celibate but have everlasting sex life. Okay. And you get one of these. That right there that's the super chat of the show. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're all done here. Bye-bye. If I had a show ender, maybe, hey, wait, let me, where's the show ender? I should put, whenever I get here you go. There you go. That's the end of the show. Bye, guys. Whenever I get a showstopper like that, I got to throw that out there. That was pretty good. Well done, my friend, 2-bit user. Spin Doctor, thank you for whatever that sticker was. And thoughts on Jeffrey Dahmer. I'm going to get to that. That's actually in my notes today, by the way, the Jeffrey Dahmer movie. So clinically, yeah, would you? God damn, you're going to make me do this, aren't you, Missouri man? I have this set for later on in the show, but since you brought this up, I have to bring this up too. Okay, so let me back out of slides. It's in video. Where did I put that? Yeah, it's not so if you're unaware of it, and I am definitely not going to put a fresh, hot, new Netflix show on my show, because I know I'll get a copyright strike for that. Let's see. No, not that one. Bad guys aren't. Oh wait, no, that's not it. Where did I put that? I know I have this. I've got a really good one for you guys. It's not Jordan. Oh, here it is. Okay, here you go. Here you go, my friend. This is what I was going to give you. Like that. Oh yeah, Richard Ramirez. You better no, probably none. I don't know how many people remember Richard Ramirez. There was a documentary, by the way, on Richard Ramirez. He was the Night Stalker killer. He was a mass murderer. He was a serial killer. And I remember when he was doing his thing, because I lived in Southern California when that went down. And the reason why they called him the Night Stalker is because he was really into AC/DC. And there is a song, I think it's the last song on the Highway to Hell album, and it's called The Night Prowler. And so people started calling him the Night Stalker. And if you listen to the lyrics of that song, it is an awful lot like what Richard Ramirez was doing at that time. I had that actually on tap for last week's show, but I felt like I felt like merch. I felt like I needed to carry it over to this show simply because I wanted to get into like the level of culpability of women in society, whatever, in today's, I don't know, sexual market dynamic right now, the phenomenons. Why do we need a king of the incels? Why do we need that? Why is there a leader for that? Why is it that, and I've got some other video here for you in just a minute. Jeffrey Dahmer is a gay red pill alpha. He was destructively dark triad, had a type blacks, and outsmarted them with game. Yes and no. One thing I have seen, and wasn't it Zac Efron who did, was he in one of those? There has been so many, there have been so many documentaries on Jeffrey Dahmer. We can't get over the guy. I'm surprised there hasn't been like more Richard Ramirez documentaries. I know there is one. There's one that's on Netflix. I think Richard Ramirez was, I can remember when, like I said, I was in Los Angeles. I think it was in North Hollywood even, when that was going down, and people were like seriously locking their doors, locking their windows. They were very, very cautious because like he actually had, and he was in, I want to say parts of North Hollywood. He was also in Burbank. He was also in Glendale. He was also in Pasadena. He was also like all the places that I lived, San Gabriel Valley, all these places that I had lived. And he was the one who was going in and just doing, was basically a serial killer. And they finally caught him. And of course, he had that gravitas. He had that sort of, not just the fact that he was a criminal and a mass murderer, but he also had like, And Jeffrey Dahmer, from what everyone has ever said about Jeffrey Dahmer, was that he was a good-looking dude. And of course, dark triad. Yes, did he have game? Sure, I'm certain that he did. But there was that, like, you don't get Zac Efron to play that character for like no reason, right? And I think I remember that when Zac Efron did that show, was it Jeffrey Dahmer? Excuse me if I'm getting that wrong, but I'm pretty sure Zac Efron was the one who played that in the last time we had a Jeffrey Dahmer one. And I believe there have been three documentaries on Dahmer. And one of them had Zac Efron. And then I think that people were kind of really disturbed by the fact that it was Zac Efron, who's a good looking dude, right? And women were like kind of crushing on Zac Efron as Jeffrey Dahmer in the documentary. And it's like, why is Rollo bringing this up? Okay, well, the reason I'm bringing this up is because you can't discount female nature in the creation of incels. You can't. And I'm not saying Jeffrey Dahmer was an incel by any means, but I think that what we call incel right now has been with us for a very long time. And we just didn't have the same names for it. I mentioned this on Jedediah Biela's show. Incels, what we think of as incels, have been around forever. And the idea of like, say, like a Jeffrey Dahmer or whatever, like I think we have, or Ted Bundy. I'm sorry, it was Ted Bundy. You're right. My bad. Zac Efron plays Ted Bundy. My bad. So was it Ted Bundy who was the good looking one? Maybe he was. Wasn't Efron? Yeah, Efron was. You are correct. It was Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy, another guy. Was he? He was good. That was the good looking one, right? But Dahmer was also, women would say he was just charming or he was mesmerizing or something to that effect. I also saw, what is it? The Branch Davidian, and I forget the guy's name who was the leader of the Branch Davidian, David Koresh, I think it was. And when you look at, I watched it was a series. It was about Waco. I think maybe it was actually called Waco. And you look at him as a cult leader, who he was, legitimately. And I was just dumbfounded. My wife and I watched that show. And she was like, how could these guys, these dudes who were married to these women, who were in his very, ostensibly Christian cult in Waco, how could these dudes just essentially offer up their wife's uterus or, sexual favors? I'm trying to be nice here. And let him sort of breed with them so that they could have the next, half-breed babies of David Koresh. And I'm like, well, my poor wife. I'm like, well, you don't know Jack Murphy. You don't know Destiny. You don't know guys who are more than, or Trillstein. You don't know these guys who are more than ready, or at least on paper, anyways. They're happy to, or more, are ready to do exactly that. It doesn't have to be a cult. You know, you just have to believe a certain way. But at what point do we say, okay, well, that's male nature. Okay, got it. But at what point do we say that women have some kind of responsibility, or some kind of, maybe not responsibility, they have some sort of influence and culpability in creating the incels that they hate on? And like I said, it's okay to hate incels. We've got the leader of the incels in a new movie. He's at least somebody that sort of looks like and talks like Jordan Peterson. And it's not enough to sort of like characterize him as the Red Skull. I've been characterized by the way, I've been unfairly characterized as the Crypt Keeper on several occasions. Thank you. Yes, I see those. Those are great. You know, thanks a lot. Or Ronald McDonald, or whatever the fuck it is. Well, I don't know. You'll probably, somebody will think of something before now, you know, by the end of this video, I'm sure. But I've been called lots of names. I've been sort of like compared to certain characters and stuff like that. And not once until now, right? Actually, today, have I ever recognized that, or ever even like made a big deal out of that. Like when I finally, you know, I take my hat off and everything, I've got my hair tied back, and I got whitish hair now because I still dye it a little bit, you know, just keep it a little bit, like keep the ends dark, just because people ask me that. I say, well, Rollo, how come you still have long hair? Why don't you go to shave your head? I might do it. I might not. I'll do it whenever I feel like it. It ain't gonna be because somebody told me to. But like, as soon as I go and I show, by the way, if you want to see me without the cap on, you can go to Instagram. I got several pictures on there. But, you know, people will say Red Favre. Yeah, that's, you know, people actually say I look like Brett Favre, especially when my hair's short. And then Mark Wahlberg. Sometimes I get called Mark Wahlberg, but I mean when they're being complimentary anyways. But if I do that, then they say, oh, you look like, I don't know, some anime character with the white-haired ninja guy. I can't remember. But again, please do. I'll lean right into it. You know, I use that one intro. Where'd it go? By the way, in case you didn't know what this was, like, where'd it go? There it is. Like
man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Who, like, come on, man. Like, who gave Rollo Tomassi this God tier status? Like,
you guys have heard me use that as the intro, right? That's guys, like, I'll lean into it. Like, come on, bring it, man. But if somebody compares like Jordan Peterson to the Red Skull, and now he's like, well, you know, you couldn't get any worse than that. Dude, your daughter made t-shirts, made memes, made, I don't know, baseball caps, whatever. She made merch out of you being the Red Skull back then. Don't give me this bullshit about like, oh, well, it can't get any worse than that. But at this point, if you're not Teflon enough to know that haters are going to come at you and call you the Crypt Keeper or whatever the hell, are going to call you Red Skull, or going to call you like Lobster Man. I mean, your daughter is dressing up as a lobster for Halloween, man. Well, I guess that's okay, but it's not okay for you to be called Red Skull. It's not okay for you to be the villain of the Red. You know what? Lean into that shit. That's what I would have told. Why you're crying? That's capitulation, man. And again, maybe you're on your meds, off your meds, whatever it is. But lean into it, man. This is the internet. If you are not Teflon coated here, you got no place on social media. No place. Yeah, that's who it is. I'm sorry. Or The Witcher. Yeah, I like fine with me. Call me The Witcher. I remember when I was it 2020, and I think it was New Year's Day actually, or it was the New Year's show in 2020, and I went on Real Zero, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do a half back today, and it's really tough for me to wear this and like have my hair down and everything. So, I mean, if I have a beanie on, that's okay. But it's really tough because it's like I'll end up looking like the Crypt Keeper, right? If I do that. So I go and do that. Everybody calls me The Witcher. And I did the hair wise anyways. I'm happy you want to compare me to Henry Cavill, but yeah, it's like, at what point do you lean into this shit, Jordan? You've been doing this long enough. I would hope that you are now a little bit better versed in all of this. And I'm just gonna leave it at this. Is I think that like Peterson being sort of the king of the incels is really kind of ironic, considering that this is the same guy who was not too long ago, and God damn it, I was trying to find this video. I apologize, but who was not too long ago calling these same guys rapists. I'm going to say that once. That's what those words came out of his mouth. If you are trying to convince women to have sex with you, you are no better than an rapist. Okay. That I forget. I try to get Rugby to get me that damn video. I don't know where it is. If somebody knows where that clip is or that reel is, please send it to me. I will put it up on this show. But there was a clip or a reel going around, and I want to say it was part of his interview with Hafiz and on the Roommates. And he said, I'm paraphrasing here, but he said something to the effect of like, if that's you, if you're trying to talk women into having sex with you or whatever, if you're trying to like learn game or you're trying to in any way improve yourself, like social skills, like what, you know, PUAs have been teaching for forever, or like a game or relationship this or dating coach that. And it's not just the guys in the red pill, by the way. It's like female dating coaches like parroting back the same stuff. So these guys, God forbid, they would want to find some way to improve their odds of actually, you know, connecting with a woman in a sexual way and getting into intimacy and everything else without being called a rapist. So I think it's the height of hypocrisy to have seen that. And if somebody gives me that, you get a bonus prize. You'll get a bonus shout out today if you can find that for me. But I used it as an intro for one of my videos, and I bought, for the life of me, I can't remember which one it was, but it was I want to say it was part of the Hafiz interview, which I have for you, by the way, today. I think it's kind of ironic that we are, you know, grieving for Saint Peterson here for being called out as being the king or the spiritual head of the incel movement. And by the way, it's not a movement. The incels are not a movement. They're not marching in the streets. They're not like terrorists. They're not radicalized. And I'll tell you, want to know how I know that? Because I've been dealing with that same bullshit since like 2018. Thank you. I had that exact same conversation with none other than Jack Murphy back in 2019. I think it was 2019. It was right before it was the night before the Patriarchs convention for the last convention I ever did with these guys. I had this very long, drawn-out conversation with Jack Murphy, who was just terrified and concerned that the red pill in the manosphere was radicalizing young men to be like Alec Manazian or Elliot Rodger or whatever else. I'm like, no, I think you severely overestimate the activism of these guys. And they're not looking for that. They're looking for a solution to their problems. They're not looking to go out and become one of these guys. In fact, I would be more concerned about dudes like Roman McClay, who he also used to hang out with, than the guys that I'm talking to right now, who I've been trying to help and trying to save lives and trying to do what I've been, giving good information and educating people and equipping guys for 20 effing years now. So let it roll off you, Jordan. Sorry, you brought it on yourself. You earned this. This is who they want you to be. They want crazy. I said exactly the same thing about Paul Elam and Dean Esme back when they wanted to have Cassie J. Cassie J did the Red Pill documentary, which was about her, not about you. And again, blubbering, crying MRAs in the red pill. We don't have any, we don't get any recognition. And you're not going to get any because you are allying yourself with feminist or anti-feminist feminists who are brand building off of your MRA movement. I said that back in 2014. I said it in 2018. I'm saying it right now in 2022. Shit doesn't change, man. So when if I'm going to tell Paul Elam and I'm going to tell Dean Esme and who else do you know in the MRA movement besides those two? I don't even like Dean Esme is long gone. Besides Paul Elam, name a male MRA that has any significance. Who you can still remember the name. I certainly remember Christina Hoff Sommers. I certainly remember Karen Strawn. I certainly remember Bettina Ardent, or I hope I'm saying her name right. Cassie J. I can rattle off all hell, even Roma Army. I can rattle off name after name after name of female MRAs, and the only male MRA that comes to mind, Paul Nealon. Who else? I got nothing else. I got nothing. Please inform me. I would love to be educated by you because I ain't seeing it. And you know what? Even as far back as then, I was saying exactly the same thing. We're not radicalizing these guys. They're not, these aren't radicals. These aren't like, I would be more worried about Antifa than I would be about incels. Because there's really, when you get down to it, there's no such thing as an involuntary celibate in 2022, and really not even in 2012. Involuntary celibate. It is the 21st century. It is 2022. If you want to get laid in 2022, you can get laid. You gotta have to pay for it. As I said, I always joke around and say, you come to Reno, Nevada, I'll take you out to Mound House up here. I'll take you out towards Dayton, just past Carson City. We'll go to the Moonlight Bunny Ranch and you will get laid. I guarantee you will get laid. Guaranteed. Just it's gonna and you know what? It will probably cost you less than most mainstream, pickup artist hustler games. You will, hey, how am I going to get laid, Rollo? Teach me brothel game. Okay, that's what I'll do. Bring out $700. My service fee is $200. So for $500, you could probably, you'll certainly lose your V card. That's a joke. Thank you very much. I'm not serious. That's a joke. But if you want to lose your V card in 2022, it's not hard to do. Incels are the way they are because they want to be where they're at. They're not looking for sex. They're looking for connection. That's why that's why OnlyFans is so immersive and so seductive for this set. Because if you want to rub one out, you've got Pornhub for free. You've got, I don't even know what else. You can go get off for free, but you can't have connection. You can't have somebody go, I really care about you. You can't have some digital waifu who, when you walk in the door, they goes, how are you, husband, son? Whatever your name, Jonathan, son? How was your day? Nobody cares. No one cares. No one's coming to save you. But it's nice it's a pleasant fiction. Yes, I know. It's from Gladiator. It's a pleasant fiction to believe that somebody on the opposite side of the screen, actually cares about you. And that's really what they're paying for. They're paying for engagement. They're paying for the vicarious belief that there's actually somebody on planet Earth that gives two shits about them. That's what it comes down to. And if you're going to cry about anything, Jordan, then that's what you can cry about. But you can't cry about them and in the next breath and in the next sentence say, well, women are right. They're right not to choose you. Well, okay, but I'm wrong to try to figure it out. Yes, because if you're trying to figure out, that makes you tantamount to being a rapist. Jackie Chan moment. What? What's this? Michaela is the product of JP's lack of frame and dominance within the household. Yes, he is. But he'll teach you how to be a better man, father, and save the West. Sure he will. Just clean your penis and clean your room. I would agree with that. I would most definitely agree with that. And you know how I know that that Michaela is the product of Jordan Peterson's lack of frame and dominance? All you have to do is go scrub back to my shows back in April of this year, when Michaela Peterson is out and about trying to petition her Instagram followers in Miami to get a babysitter or an au pair or a nanny for poor Scarlett, and I let her have it with both barrels. Nobody comes at me for that anymore. Nobody gave me, I don't know. Maybe I hit a nerve or something, but I sure shit didn't hear jack shit about that. And the reason why I got really self-righteous and angry, by the way, and yes, I did get angry in that one, is because, she's going to do what she's going to do. She's functionally autistic to begin with. Let's just be honest. Okay. It's like Greta Thunberg. Let's just be honest here. But be that as it may, there are other people that are involved in that child's life, right? And so there is Grandpa Jordan Peterson. Where are you? You're cool with this? All right. Well, what about Jordan Fuller, her now husband? Yeah, we're still calling her Michaela Peterson, and she's okay with that. And then there's Andre, who's the baby daddy. Here's 3 guys in her life that don't have frame, don't have dominance, and wouldn't dare to question her. Like, where is that? Where if I'm Rollo, I have a daughter, okay? I went through that phase that she's in right now. I would file for divorce and child endangerment. I would call CPS right then and there. But it's not this isn't about her. This is about the guys. This is about Grandpa Jordan, stepdad Jordan, and baby daddy Andre. Where the fuck were you in all that when that was going down? Who is checking this bitch? No one is. No one is checking her. And that's a failure on the guy's part, by the way. So clean up your own house before you start talking shit about incels. Clean up your own problems. Look to your own family before you start coming out like, oh, I guess I'll have to be the king of the incels. Get the fuck out of here. Go clean up your own house. Go clean up your own room before you start talking shit about other people like that, because clearly that is a dereliction of duty, even as a grandfather and the father of your own child. That right now, God, I know, even just thinking about that gets me worked up. I apologize, gentlemen and ladies. Can't crap on game players, PUAs, for not wanting to go sexless and cry for incels from the other side of your mouth. Okay. Yep. Here we go. By the way, I've been talking about this for a very long time. And we're actually going to show you how long it's been. After I scroll down and I look at this one, will sex bots. Oh, okay. So you're not okay. Now I'll call you neg. Sex bowls solve the incel problem? No, because I don't want to be a dickhead here. Sex bots. Okay, first off, show me the sex bot. I'll wait. Waiting for sex bots. I mean, there's real dolls. Don't get me wrong. I mean, TFM has his what's her name, Celestina. Yeah, there's dolls. I'm still waiting on that sex bot. I think we will have murderous assassin robot dogs with machine guns mounted to their heads before you see the first sex bot. You know what? Where is it? Here, okay. There will be, I got to do over here. Hold on, this is better. There will be murderous assassin droids before you see the first sex bot. So that's right there. But I understand. Okay, in principle, let me stop being a dick. In principle, yeah, it won't solve it anyways, because men are looking for the incels are looking for connection. I just answered that question. That's really where that's why OnlyFans is popular. That's why women make money hand over fist on OnlyFans. And I'm not saying they're all like that, but I mean, the ones who do, guys get locked into this virtual girlfriend experience, and that's what they deliver. Until a sex bot can deliver that experience, I wouldn't get your hopes up too high. If game equals rapist, consider me rag chloroform pill. There you go. It's overall shitting on men for me. Society shames, demonizes anyone that even tries to get them to improve. Society wants men to stay neutered. Yeah. By the way, Anthony, if you want a little bit more on that, I talked about that for quite some time with Jedediah Bila. So this is a good observation, Anthony. Very good. In fact, here you got.
Say my name.
You can have one of those. How's that? It's a good observation because I'm hearing this more and more. Andrew Tate has built his most recent, Andrew Tate 3.0 is building a brand based on this, which is they, I don't know who they are. They want you to be a failure. They want you to be neutered. They want you to be, poor, you're broke. They want you to be brokies. They want you to be sedated. Hell, I've even said that as much. Not they, but I think that guys will sedate themselves because it's just how we do it. It's just what we are. That's what the human animal will do, is seek pleasure. Okay, so or seek gratification and as immediate methodology as possible. Understood. But it always comes back to who's they? Who are they? And it's not the elves, and it's not the Illuminati, and it's not the cabal of baby-eating, Moloch-worshipping, Jeffrey Epstein going, island-going Illuminati of who? Yeah, it's no, it's not. And yes, they. There's your there's your meme for today. That's Rollo. By the way, Rollo, somebody, what did I did? I did one of these numbers. I was like, I forget what I was saying on there, but I said no, it's duly noted. Now it's a meme. Thanks a lot. Anyways, hey, from South Korea, I see you in there. I see South Korea. By the way, there's a South Korean version, or a Korean version, I should say, of the Rational Male. Ask me about translations at the end of the show. Yeah, the lizard people. No, it's not the lizard people. No, it's not the elves. What's that? 3 L. I need 3 to make the parentheses. No, you know who it is? It's us. It's people. It's just what we are. That's how we are. In fact, I would argue that, like, I by the way, and this is not to run Sneeko up the flagpole, because I really like the kid. I really like Sneeko quite a bit. But when he starts getting into, it's the satanic plot, it's the Satanism, blah, blah, blah. Okay. It's not Satan. It's Satan. It's not, it's not.
She's not a Christian.
It's not the devil, my friend. It's us. And you know what? That should scare you more than the devil. Quite honestly, the very fact that all this stuff is going down because human beings are just the way they are, that to me is more disturbing, I think, than a belief in, like, oh my God, it's got to be the devil. There's another one for you. No, it's us. And that's what is, I think, is more frightening than anything else. And getting us to cooperate, getting us to have any kind of, you can't feed people with unity. I don't care what program you join. You can't feed people on unity, and you're going to have to find some way. I don't know how this is going to happen. Maybe it's societal breakdown. When's the societal breakdown going to happen? When are the robot dogs coming, John Fitch? I don't believe in enjoy the decline, and sorry, Cappy, but I'm probably a little bit more optimistic in that respect. I think things can be rebuilt. I think we are much more creative and much more, like, as I said before, the human condition is based on discontent, and you can deal with discontent in 2 ways: creatively or destructively. And right now we're dealing with it kind of destructively, but we have to get back to a position of dealing with discontent creatively. You want to know how we can't back into the future, right? Well, going forward, I think if I'm going to give you a prescription, or if I'm going to give you advice, if I'm going to say, what do you see coming down the pipes, Rollo? I think that if we don't start dealing with discontent creatively, we're going to start dealing with it destructively, and we're pretty much already there right now. Hello, Band. Do you think the red pill was turned into a comic format? It would make the datas easier to spread. No. Well, maybe. You want a graphic novel for the red pill? Isn't that what the Red Skull was supposed to be? Isn't that what that whole thing was about? I want to show you guys something here, just so you guys can get a little bit of perspective in all of this. I'm going to read this part to you. This is actually I don't believe I have this in any book, but this is actually from The Rational Male. And I'm going to share the screen. And the title of this wonderful essay that I wrote back in 2018 is Incels. Wow. It's almost like we've had them around for forever. You guys like this? Check this one out. In fact, I'll go full screen. There you go. I love this. Where'd it go? There it is. I love this this graphic here. I think it's pretty cool. I don't know where I got that from, but I'd be like, that says incel to me. Like the little succubus from World of Warcraft or whatever. I have no idea. Anyways, I wanted to read this to you. So I'm just gonna go through this and give you a quick down. Maybe this will end up as a clip, hopefully. Back in summer of 2014, I wrote 2 essays outlining the minds of incels. Okay. So this, just to give you a little bit of preface here, this essay that I wrote in 2018 was founded and based on 2 essays that I wrote 4 years prior to this one. Now we're in 2022, still talking about incels. This is not a new thing. This is not novel. We can hate on them right now. That might be a little bit more novel. But the fact remains that we've been talking about this for a long time. When we talk about lost boys, these poor boys, I shed a tear for them. They're just trying to find something, their way in life. Dude, we've been talking about this since 2012. I can show you the, the Atlantic article by Hannah Rosen that she wrote, a very famous article called The End of Men, that she transformed into a book back then as well. 2012 versus 2022. Sorry, ain't nothing's changed, except for maybe now you're the spiritual spirit head of the incel movement, right? I'm going to explain to you why we're referring to it as a movement here in just a moment too. So actually, let me write that down. Okay. I have to do that before I get on to the rest of this. Okay. Now back in 24. So these are, I was referencing 2 articles I wrote. The first was The Severing and the second was Ode Sex. I wrote these essays in the wake of the Elliot Rodger shooting. Oh, Rollo doesn't care about this stuff. No, Rollo has a very long history with all this bullshit. And the sudden emergence of the term red pill into the popular lexicon. Elliot had a lot of manifesto-style YouTube videos as well as a fairly detailed written manifesto he published online prior to his shootings. By the way, if you don't know who Elliot Rodgers is, he's the dumb kid that went around and shot up UC Santa Barbara back in May of 2014. I even remember the month. Or maybe it was June. Maybe it was the beginning of June. It was the end of May, beginning of June, somewhere around there. Okay. His frustration was palpable in these videos. Here was a kid who fit the profile of an AFC, average frustrated chump. Okay, we got different names for these guys now. An average frustrated chump. AFC is an old PUA term used to describe average guys who were confused by intersexual dynamics, usually as a result of their lifelong blue pill conditioning. I used to unironically use AFC to describe guys who I'd probably refer to as a blue pill beta in my work today. But in light of the most recent incel attack in Toronto, and this was the Alec Manassian one, by the way, in 2018, I'm wondering if AFC isn't a better descriptor for these guys. Okay, I'm doing a bit of reviewing here because I want to put the perspective on time in these incidents. Alec Manassian, the Toronto truck driving killer, another AFC, reportedly idealized Elliot Rodger. In and of itself, this is probably to be expected from a self-avowed incel, but what motivates these guys, what was the mainstream media wants to know, which of course is what they want to know now. Right? And literally hundreds of bloggers and social pundits seem to have an expert knowledge about the motives of incels. Kind of like they do right now. Kind of like Ben Shapiro wants to tell you. Kind of like Matt Walsh wants to be an expert. Kind of like Jordan Peterson now he wants to be an expert on this. Instead of rapists, now we should have some sort of sympathy and empathy for these guys. Weeks after the Toronto killings, there are people I've never read before who are convinced that they know all about these losers, quote unquote losers. For the most part, the mainstream media, and I include online pundits in this category, want crazy. Even the guys who are ostensibly part of the manosphere know that crazy gets eyeballs on the screen and nothing is crazier than a killer incel. All right, let me put myself back in here so I can get back to this. That's what I'm getting at right here. There needs to be a villain. There needs to be crazy. Now, in 2014, I made this observation. I said, the one thing about, sorry, I hate to do this, but like, I thought that they were going after like somebody like, say, Paul Elam. Now, if you look at Paul Elam, he looks an awful lot like Charles Manson. That's just facts. I don't know, maybe he's changed his hairstyle now, but like back in the day, he looked like the frothing at the mouth MRA. In fact, that's what nobody even really used the term red pill, but then they used the term MRA. They used the term, sometimes they would use the term MGTOW as well. So, oh boy. Robert Kiyosaki just texts me in the middle of this. It just pops up on my screen. Thank you, Robert. Yeah, I will talk to you as soon as the show's done. Anyways, that's great. Thank you, Robert. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Anyways, So I made this observation. I said, and this wasn't an attack. I wasn't trying to attack Elliot or Paul at the time. It was the fact that mainstream media wants crazy. They want foaming at the mouth. They want an easily recognizable, hateable face to associate with the enemy, to associate with the outsiders, to associate with that tribe, to associate now with incels. And that's kind of where I see Jordan Peterson at right now, being typecast as the villain in Olivia Wilde's upcoming, whatever it is, or her new, I'm probably not even going to watch it. Who cares, right? And nobody really cares except for Piers Morgan and Jordan Peterson, because that's brand building right now. But we want crazy. I've been very careful not to look too crazy, because sometimes, as we know, you can go and take things out of context. God, Lord knows I have. Lord knows Myron and Fresh has. Lord knows Tate has. I have been saying this seriously since like 2012, right? It's their game. I have an essay called "It's Their Game." And it's going on and talking to New York Times reporters or whatever it is. It's going and talking to people who don't have your best interests in mind and are going to find ways to cherry pick and pull out the parts of whatever it is that they're talking about to put you in the worst light, primarily because it makes you easily hateable. Now, I will give you another example. Back in 2020, after Tomi Lahren went on her screed about how horrible men are and how she couldn't find a man, and men only want those Tatianas, and how men, she's still saying it today. I'll draw something else out here in just a second, but like, it's basically the same rant that she went on. And I did my infamous breakdown video of that rant. And literally within like 4 weeks, not even that, 3 weeks of that show, I have the producers of Dr. Phil wanting me to drive my happy ass out to Burbank, from Reno to Burbank, and go on the show with no money, no nothing. Oh, we'll put you up at a hotel. It's COVID, right? And I'm like, I turned it down. And then they went and called Donovan Sharp to see if Donovan would do it. And Donovan was like, because we knew what was going on. It's their game. And Matt Walsh learned that the hard way, of course, when he went on there with the bearded lady last year. And so it's their game. And they want an easily hateable face. That's why they wanted Matt Walsh on the show with the "What is a Woman," right? The bearded lady. And why do you have a problem with this, Matt? Maybe you secretly, Dr. Freud, why maybe you secretly want to get with a tranny, right? No, but that makes for good TV. Yay! Love wins. Matt Walsh loses. That's the narrative that they want to portray, and I wasn't about to play a part of that. I've built my brand up for the last 20 some odd years, and I'm not about to go and give it up for blood sport with Dr. Phil of all people for no money. So that's why I turned that whole thing down. People say, "You're crazy. Why didn't you go on?" I'm like, that's why, because I am not going to turn in. I have more respect for the work that I do, and I have more respect for the people that I have been with me for the last 20 years than to go and just sell prostitute my brand on Matt Walsh's show, or on Dr. Phil's show. But that ain't Jordan Peterson, and that ain't a lot of other people. That ain't certainly not Matt Walsh. So at what point is it about the message, and at what point about it is it about brand building? But this topic, this whole, the crisis of men and crisis of boys. I think it was Ben Shapiro was reading an article, and I want to say it was in the New York, was it Times? About like the crisis of masculinity. Dude, we have been talking about, we have been talking about the crisis of masculinity for well over a decade, for at least since 2010, as far as back as I can remember. And I can go and take you and show you all the way back to like 2006, 2008, where I'm doing conversations about exactly this on the So Suave forums. I can show you conversations on Royce's old blog. I can show you the old Roosh V, old Spearhead articles, old Roosh V forums, old Return of Kings articles that are like, no, you'll have to go into Wayback Machine or unarchive them somehow But we've been talking about this for a very, very long time. So don't give me this bullshit about this. Oh, this is all new. No, it's not new. And the only reason you think it's new is because we're in an election year right now, and that's the narrative. That's by the way, in case you didn't know this was going to happen, October 7th to October 9th, I guess, is going to be the Worldwide Women's March. Just in time for the November elections, just in time for November, almost precisely 1 month out from the U.S. midterm elections. And that's why you're getting The Handmaid's Tale being a big deal suddenly again on Hulu. Go look it up. I talked about this, by the way, in 2020. In fact, when Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away, died on the bench at 89 years old, I made a big deal out of it. And so women did as well. They were losing their minds in their cars. Oh, I can't believe RGB is gone. RGB. I can't believe he's gone. What are we going to do? Trump's going to nominate somebody bad. Yeah, they made a big deal out of that because that's going to get the women to the polls. And then you've got, the abortion issue. Get the ladies to the polls. The student debt forgiveness, which overwhelmingly affects certainly about $1.7 trillion debt. 2/3 of that, at least 2/3 of that, is owned by women. Oh, we better get the Biden to toss us a bone with $10,000 and it's basically a $10,000 stimmy check for people for women who have outstanding student debt, and there's a lot of qualifications for that as well. So, what else are we going to do? Well, let's have a women's march. Oh, what else are we going to do? Let's pump up the rhetoric about incels. Let's make Jordan Peterson the messiah of incels. Let's start talking about these dangerous, the dangerous prospects that these guys all have, right? Oh my God, I can't believe there's these new things are called incels. We've been using it as an insult for a long time. It's basically like saying you're a perma-virgin. You're a dork. You're an incel. That's basically the same thing. You're never going to get laid. Incel. Hell, go look up what is it? Go look up the Wojak memes and look at incel Wojak. Yeah, or Coomers, right? You're an incel Coomer. We've been talking about it forever. Yes, NFL is now. I'm sorry, there it is. I got to put Sorrelita on. Yes, NFL is in pink. We're gonna. Yeah, well, I mean, but Sorrelita, my dear, my fine Spanish sister wife. We've been doing the breast cancer awareness is always the pink on the NFL is always a big deal. But it does, by the way, does it seem to you like it's a little more intense this year? Because it kind of does to me, at least the games I've been able to watch. Because I'm busy doing this show. That's why I'm giving up football just for you guys, which is quite the sacrifice. However, let me continue with this. The incel article here, because it's very important that you guys understand what the history is here. But long story short, they have always looked for a figurehead. They've always looked for Ming the Merciless. That's why I was making that comparison, by the way. So Ming the Merciless in this case is, it's okay to hate communist China and Mao Zedong. Okay. Flash Gordon, Ming the Merciless should have a big Fu Manchu, kind of look a little bit like a dynastic emperor of China, and we'll make him the bad guy in Flash Gordon. Okay. Same effect here. We need a frothing at the mouth, crazy guy who can't string two words together or have a coherent sentence, and he's a misogynist and he hates women. And all we have to do is put him on screen for about 5 minutes, let him spit at the screen for a little bit as he talks, and then we'll go, see, he's crazy. All right, ladies, make sure you get to the polls. Right? That's essentially what we're looking at here. Incels are the low-hanging fruit for pretty much anyone on either side of the ideological spectrum. I can read any number of feminists wanting to link incels to red pill radicalization and how they are gender terrorists. This is genuinely laughable considering the natures of most of these kids. To the red pill guys who want to carve out their own tradcon niche in the sphere, the manosphere, using incels as a target example to prove their version of whatever qualifies as masculinity. So remember, I was making this point here is like, it's not just feminists and leftists and wokesies. It's the guys who also want to sort of use incels as their, well, certainly their fresh fruit, right? Their bread and butter, but also that they're, again, low hanging fruit. It's easy to use these guys. And that's, I think if there's a problem that I have, that's it right there. I would expect that from wokesies and feminists, but having guys do that is like, it's unconscionable. Let's face it, incels are easy targets. They are universally described as the losers you used to know in high school who couldn't get laid. This makes them easy to dismiss most of the time until one of them shoots up a university or mows down random women with a panel truck. Okay, just like Alex Manazian. That is not an endorsement. I am just relating the facts. Thank you. Incel is short for involuntary celibate, but there's a lot more contributing to these guys' conditions than just the inability to get laid. Back in 2014, the term incel wasn't used to define Elliot Roger. He was an incel for sure, but very few people trying to analyze him made this connection. Again, they wanted crazy, and what's better than crazy? More crazy. So all of the efforts used to pick Elliot apart back then were really pointing to bigger motives, nefarious groups of misogynists, and more craziness. Back then, Elliot belonged to an online forum called PUA Hate, literally a group formed by these guys' collective dislikes for pickup artists. that the pickup artist set that virtually all of them had once been hopeful would end their involuntary celibacy. For whatever reason, the promised magic formula that would end their loneliness and sexlessness didn't work for them. They were all understandably mad. Ironically, Rational Mail articles I had written got link backs to various posts on that forum, and most of them were appreciative of them. However, that may have also been part of the problem. Fast forward 4 years into 2018, and today the deleted PUA Hate forum is replaced by incel.me, which I believe is still around. Another forum with a similar charter, and also one I get links back to. All right, so that's that. I'm gonna fast forward through here. Today, we're just starting to acknowledge this generation of lost boys, young men who drift rudderless in life, are socially retarded, clinically, to varying degrees, and a demographic that is looking outside themselves for solutions to problems that are the result of the social order that created them. Keep that in mind, Matt Walsh. Keep that in mind, Ben Shapiro. Keep that in mind, Candace Owens, when you decide that you're going to do an article on this. Keep that, even guys, well-meaning guys in the manosphere, keep that in mind. Okay? Once again, from the top, okay? Today we're just, okay, it's because, and the reason why I say this is, okay, so they are the so I'll read it back to you once again. Today we're just starting to acknowledge this generation of lost boys, the young men who drift rudderless in life. We've been talking about these guys forever. Are socially retarded to varying degrees and demographic that's looking outside themselves. How many times have I said that? For solutions to problems that are the result of the social order that created them. You can't point the finger at guys and man up, get responsibility, without also looking at the totality of the entire thing, the entire social order, the environment, the psychology, the circumstances, the nature of men and women that have created them in the first place. You're not going to solve the problem unless you address the actual disease and not the fucking symptoms. And that's all these guys do. And by the way, even well-meaning manospherian guys who think that it's all just about, your Batman origin story and just do better and pick yourself up by your bootstraps and learn entrepreneurship and don't chase women, chase excellence. Like those guys, you're not seeing the forest for the trees here. You have to look at what has created these guys and why they're where they're at. And if you don't, the guys that you want to help, that you ostensibly want to help, they ain't going to be around. They're certainly not going to listen to you because they'll do exactly what the guys at PUA Hate have done. And by the way, they also renamed that. I think it was also called Slut Hate. There was another one called Slut Hate. And then now it's incel.me. Now it's the black pill. Now it's doomers, the doom pill. Now it's nihilist pill, whatever that pill, I don't know, whoever's your mom pill. I don't know. It's that doom and gloom. It's that nihilism. It won't ever work for me. Oh, do you honestly, here's the thing that I think is the most ironic part about this. I've rarely, if ever, seen any of like quote unquote incels or black pill doomers or whoever I would see in that sort of subset of the manosphere. I have rarely seen them reference Jordan Peterson as being some sort of like spiritual guide for them, or like leading them out of depression, leading them out of nihilism, leading them out of whatever. I'm going to go read 12 Rules for Life and not be black pill doomer anymore. Bullshit. You know how long that book's been out right now? Bullshit. He's not that I think the most insulting part of that whole thing with respect to like Olivia Wilde is like using Jordan Peterson of all people to represent that. I mean, hell, there are so many, you could have used Andrew Tate. You could have used me. You could have used like a God knows whoever else. You name any like semi well known, but everybody knows Jordan Peterson, so he's low hanging fruit in this perspective, anyways. But you don't want to use Andrew Tate because you don't want to give him any free press. God forbid, he's been canceled now, right? So you go and look at Jordan. Jordan's the last person you should be looking at as far as like being sort of like the messiah of the incels. Fuck, I mean, go look at Wheat Waffles. He's the messiah of the incels. Go look at freaking any. Well, I'm trying to think of who else is like a black. Well, I mean, you can't really use Thinking Ape because you never seen his face, right? But yeah, I mean, there's so many other people you could have picked, but she doesn't know. She clearly has no idea what the fuck she's talking about. And then, of course, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Jordan is leaning into it. He's leaning into it by Tears on Demand or going off his meds or whatever else. He's just sort of letting it get to him. I don't know, but that, like, to me, like I've been doing this for 20 some odd years. I have yet to see the black pill doomers who are like, oh man, I'm no longer a doomer anymore. I have hope for the future because of Jordan Peterson. No, they don't. Low hanging fruit. That sounds like the little bullies. Yep. Do I got to catch up here? I think. This is pretty funny. I love how the worst insult for a man is being an incel, while the worst insult for a woman is being a slut. Intersexual conflict at its finest form. Yeah. The guy who can't get laid, that's an incel. The girl who just does, all she does is get laid, that's a slut. Yeah. That's, you know what? You get it here. You get one of those. That's pretty good, Emilio. That's a very good, thank you. You're paying attention, children. Let's see, go back a little bit more. Sorry, I let a couple get away from me. I want to read the rest. Just a little last part of this too. Guys, if you hear this from girls, you're a great guy. You're awesome. You're not getting any box. Listen to how women talk about guys that they do bang. Yes. Yeah. That ain't it. Would you consider yourself as a OnlyFans for knowledge? No, because I don't have an OnlyFans. No, because I don't get anywhere near that kind of money unless you guys are like, certainly not on $5 super chats. Dung is fun. Oh boy. Green Spuds. What makes the good genes versus good dad traits so unusual to find in the same guy, and why are they not naturally correlated? I'm going to star that and come back to that. That's actually a pretty good one. And Saralita, I saw you. Halaban, did I get to you already? Do you think if the red pill was turned into a comic? Okay, yeah, the graphic novel. Red Pill, the graphic novel. It should be a graphic novel. I'm going to make a documentary. I've actually got the outline already drawn up. I'm hopeful we're going to be able to take some NFT money and actually do this documentary, and it's starting in 2023 as well. But it won't be a graphic novel, that I can tell you. And if there is, JP gets all the attention. Yeah. Somebody give me a sound drop for that. All right, I'm going to finish the last of this because I got to read the rest of this because I want you guys to know that this is not anything new. Okay, I'm about to piss people off. So, hold on to your butts. Many of these guys are simply not ready to be made red pill aware. Remember, I keep telling you guys that red pill or unplugging guys from the manosphere is like, unplugging guys from the matrix is like triage, or it's dirty work, or Rollo, how come I can't red pill, like it's a verb, red pill my uncle or my brother or whatever, because he was resistant to the red pill. This is why, because most guys aren't ready for it. Do you remember that? Do you remember the part there's a part in the Matrix where Morpheus unplugs Neo, and it's like when they first get him, like I always make this, why do my eyes hurt? Well, because you've never used them before, right? That's that at that particular time. Morpheus also apologizes to Neo, and he says, I apologize, but I had to do what I had to do. We generally don't unplug people from the Matrix after a certain age, because the mind is too invested, I guess, is too accustomed to the Matrix, and people have a very hard time. An older mind has a very hard time adjusting to that new reality. And I always thought that was really interesting, because it was sort of like a, do you think so? I don't think so. I don't think gospel according to Lucifer. No, it's a gospel according to like rational object. I think one of the reasons why we use red pill, blue pill, matrix, blah, 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 is because it's the best framework. It's the best analogy, and people need analogies. They need magical thinking. They need storytelling to understand certain concepts. If I were to just say, hey, you know what? The older you get, the harder it is for you to, like, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. The older you get, the harder it is for you to understand the reality of your situation and the reality that you have been conditioned to think in certain ways about certain things. Now, a lot of people want to turn the red pill into their own little political, pet ideology or whatever. When I talk about the red pill, it's always about intersexual dynamics. You can extrapolate that and do whatever the hell you want to with it, but when we come into this classroom, it's always about intersexual dynamics, because that's where it started. And so people want analogies, and I think they want allegory, and they want storytelling, and they want metaphors, and they want hyperbole, right? They want that because it helps them understand the concepts a little bit better. And that's why the Matrix is an effective way of sort of like referencing this kind of stuff. But if I'm going to break down the nuts and bolts of it, it's kind of, it's dry stuff, right? It's like reading like a manual. It's not, there's no storytelling to it. It's informational for sure. But like when I start talking about or when Andrew Tate starts talking, oh yeah, these guys are in the Matrix. They're like Logan Paul is an agent of the Matrix. He's like, he wants to turn him into like Agent Smith or something, right? Or worse, right? And that, I think a certain mindset, actually probably the majority mindset loves that, because they want to see that conflict, and they love the indignation between Tate and Logan Paul, right? But I could also, he could have said this, Logan Paul did this, and this, and this, and just run down a laundry list of stuff as to why he has a problem with him, and why he's wrong, and really, what was it? It's an order of magnitude greater to refute bullshit than it is to create bullshit. He could go do that order of magnitude and refute all the bullshit, but it's much easier to go, you know what? He's a brokey, and he's in it's like turn into Mr. T. I pity the fool, Logan Paul. I'll fight him anywhere for free. That appeals. Sorry, you could say, oh, it's the Matrix is the prophecy or the gospel of Lucifer. Well, if that helps you believe, helps you understand, then vaya con Dios, man. Do what you're gonna do. Let me see, hollow bands. I got you. Don't worry, I'll come back to you. I gotta get through this. Okay. So it's a risk to their egos. It's a risk to red pill. Many of the guys are simply not ready to be made red pill. It is a risk to their egos, but also it's a crushing disillusionment of the blue pill ideals they'd hoped would be a reality for them if they could just play by the blue pill's game correctly. Okay, but keep that in mind. As I was saying before, you have to understand the circumstances and the environment that's creating incels. That's number one. If you hope to talk to these guys, if you want to be the spiritual figurehead of the incels, if you want to be the king of the incels and you're going to be crucified for it, then you owe it to yourself to also understand the nature of women that is creating this, and the nature of men that is creating this, and the unique situation that they find themselves in, certainly in Western societies, that is getting exported to countries like Iran right now. We'll talk about that in a bit. okay, many of these guys are simply not ready to be made red pill. It is a risk to their egos, but also it's very crushing disillusionment of the blue pill ideals they'd hoped would be a reality for them if they could just play the blue pill's game correctly. For a lot of them, it was their blue pill hopes that formed the basis of their existence. Now add the harsh truths of the red pill to a lost boy or an incel, whatever you want to call him, one who is socially maladapted or has a genuine psychological disorder like Asperger's syndrome, like autism, and take that misguided hope away from him. What does that kid do when the red pill shows him the reality of the game he's involved in? What happens? Children are like, oh, it's a Scooby-Doo mystery, Rollo. I don't know what will happen. I just don't get it, Rollo. What is going to, when that guy, if you take a guy, first of all, you take a guy who's been, we're talking about Generation Z here. By the way, the oldest Generation Z is about 25 now? Something like that. 25 years old. And you take that hope of that, you've fed him, built him up, made a personality based on like really what he can understand online, because this is the first generation that's really been raised since, the rise of social media, has been raised in a global environment, a global sexual marketplace for sure, but also a global environment of like multimedia and YouTube, watching this show, going on Rumble, going on, TikTok, going on Instagram, going on Tumblr. God, anybody uses that anymore? Going on Instagram. That's your generation. That's them. Now, add to all that, they've been conditioned by the blue pill to think that this is the way that people are playing the game. These are the rules, and here they're the blue pill rules, but here you are going to play by these rules. This is how you get a girl, Johnny. Oh, good. I've got game, right? I learned, just be nice to her, listen, and to be a good listener and be communicative, because communication is the key to a healthy relationship, and blah, 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 whatever Oprah and Dr. Phil and Disney and Pixar and pop culture and whoever you're following, whatever they're telling you, they turn you into a guy like Destiny. That's it. The reason why Destiny has a really tough time with the red pill is because it conflicts, fundamentally challenges his ego investments in the blue pill. Now, take that away from a guy who his entire life thinks this is the way things ought to be. This is how things should be. Rather than when Rollo Tomasi comes in and says, this is how things are. Ideal and is. Here's what is. Oh, God. My mind can't handle it. I can't handle being pulled out of the matrix. Why do my eyes hurt, Rollo? I'm going to vomit on the floor of the Nebuchadnezzar, right? Because you just can't handle the reality of the real. What gives me, I'll tell you what doesn't piss me off, but I think it's kind of ironic, is like, I have been using the term red pill since 2004. I can go back to SoSuave, my SoSuave days when I was a moderator on SoSuave. I can find you. In fact, I think I screen capped it. I can find you the very first instance of where I used the term red pill, and it was 2004 in a forum post there. So we were talking about red pill, matrix, blue pill, conditioning, blah, blah, blah. We've been talking about that. I have anyways. I shouldn't say it. The other people who are in the SoSwap forums were talking about that as far back as 2004. That's how old this is. So the generation of Gen Z, who's like 25 years old right now, they were what? 1997. So they were what? 4 years old? They were 6 years old when we started using this term. That's how old it is. This is not fucking new. The boy crisis, the masculinity crisis, all this stuff. What are we going to do about these guys? We got to get them off their asses and get them out there. Stop you. Get up and pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Those has been going on for a very, very, very long time. So until you can recognize that, until you can understand the totality of all of this, you should shut the fuck up. God damn it, you should shut the fuck up until you are willing to acknowledge women's nature, until you are willing to acknowledge the environment that these guys, these incels that we're going to weep, bitter tears over on Piers Morgan, until you're willing to acknowledge that and the good and the bad of all that, then you got no business being on Piers Morgan crying over incels and people calling you the Red Skull. You got no business talking about like, pick yourself, stop being a little bitch. That's the advice that you want. Rollo Tomasi gives advice. No, you know what I hear as advice? It's stop being a little bitch. Get on there and do it. From guys who are like, have no frame of reference of what these guys have been going through, or frame of reference for the conditions and the environments and the totality of their experience. They have no idea. But get up off your ass and go out there and run around and get up at 4 a.m. and go do pull-ups. That's the cure. I'll tell you about how shitty it was when I was a kid, and now I'm a millionaire. Okay, that's the cure. To the kid who's like an incel kid in the Midwest, no prospects, no nothing. It looks, can watch all these gorgeous women on yacht parties somewhere and in some, tropical location. But that's it. Oh, you're going to be broke you're brokey. You're done. Fuck it. You're out. Bye. You're an incel. But I paid for the program. Doesn't matter. You're not doing what I told you. Yeah. Oh, you need to, if you want, hell, you want me to here's some advice for you guys. If you want to have a really good comprehensive program with respect to like, how am I going to help these guys? You can still profit by it. I don't begrudge anybody that. But if you really want to have a good program where you're going to actually help people and people are going to go, damn, man, this saved my life. Give them the real, like tell them the whole truth or don't fucking tell them at all. I've said that to Matt Walsh. I've said that to freaking Tim Pool. I've said that to Rob Henderson. I've said that to like luminaries of evolutionary psychology and guys with bigger channels than I have. Tell them the whole truth or don't tell it at all. Chris Williamson, Rob Henderson, David Buss. Tell them the whole truth or don't tell it at all. Because when you don't, it makes me wonder what your agenda is and what your impetus is, I guess. Your incentive is. Tell them the whole truth. You go and take these guys who have been their entire life living online, living on Twitch, built up $1 million Twitch channel, playing games and talking at the same time. You take those guys and you pull them out of that matrix and you go, you know what? The world ain't the way you were thinking. You're actually an incel. You're jerking off to OnlyFans. Your girlfriend's out. You're okay with your girlfriend going out there and cheating. You're a cuck, but you're okay with that because that's what you're evolved past your jealousy response or some shit. Take them and pull them out and present red pill truths. Pull them out of the matrix. Yeah, they're gonna vomit on the floor of the spaceship. Right? They're gonna lose their shit. Understand the entirety of that experience, or don't even bother trying to talk about and speak knowledgeably about it. That's all I'm going to say. So, Halobands, what do you got? Don't you think JP's sudden popularity is the main cause of his current state? He's not suddenly popular, but okay. Having so many options, women, and not being able to work them because of lack of game and his marriage. Isn't he just in denial of the red pill? He's been in denial of the red pill for a long time. He only recognizes aspects of the red pill when it is unignorable. And he's been doing that, by the way, since 2017. Once again, from the top, guys like David Buss, guys like Jeffrey Miller, guys like Dr. Steven Pinker, guys like certainly like Jordan Peterson, guys who want to speak knowledgeably or think that they're going to speak and feel like their audience needs them to speak knowledgeably about these topics because they either have the doctorate in front of their name, Dr. Hector Garcia, right? They tell the whole truth or don't tell it at all. And the reason why I have a problem with these guys is not because they're not brilliant men or intellectual giants. Hell, even Jordan Peterson was part of the quote unquote intellectual dark web back in 2017. No, anybody remember that term? No, you probably don't. Go look up intellectual dark web. And then you had Brett Weinstein, I think, was a part of that. Jordan Peterson was definitely a part of that. There's a few luminaries that you probably still recognize the names occasionally here and there. But go look up the intellectual dark web. And it was a term that was in vogue back in I think 2016, 2017, 2018, somewhere in that 3-year span. And it was just like, oh, we're going to sit around and talk about important things because we're the intellectuals, the intelligentsia online. And me and Ryan Stone used to laugh our asses off at this. And all those guys, with the exception of a few notable, Sam Harris. Sam Harris was part of the intellectual dark web. Where's Sam Harris now? What's he talking about? He still has Trump hysteria, Trump disorder, whatever we're calling it. Who even knows, right? It lost his fucking mind. Look at Jordan Peterson circa 2017, 2018, and compare and contrast it to Jordan Peterson in 2022. It is a qualifiable difference between those two people. It's almost like watching two different people, quite honestly. And in a way, it's kind of tragic. But here you have a guy who was very much popular back in the day. He's been in denial of the red pill, and a lot of these guys have been as well. They want to come at the red pill. I was watching, I think I mentioned this on last week's show. I was watching the interview between David Buss and Mike Sartain. And it was, I believe it was about a year ago, and it was right in the wake of David Buss and his latest book, which I think is still his latest book, which was the Men Behaving Badly. And the reason why I have a problem with David Buss is because he doesn't tell the entire story. He tells one side of it because that's what sells the book. That's what women want to hear. That's how I'm going to get a rise out of people. Then that's what I'm going to talk about, right? And I'm not saying that there aren't aspects in that book where he's talking about how, women's nature this, but it's always about men need to do better. Same thing with Dr. Hector Garcia, by the way, who also brilliant guy. I very much respect. I still recommend his book. And if you haven't got it yet, you should. It's called Alpha God. I used it and I referenced it quite a bit in when I was writing the fourth book, Religion. But at the end of it, it's like, yeah, okay, but I'm seriously still a feminist, and we need to eliminate toxic masculinity and blah, blah, blah. The end. Or Marty Hazelton, who I've been referencing since like my So Suave days. When you read her book, Hormonal, consummate statistician, done the research for 25 years. Every damn chapter, Marty. Every damn chapter. Oh, I'm really a feminist. Please don't throw rocks at me, feminists. But here's some unflattering stats that I came up with over the last 25 years, and I can't ignore them. She wants to get the feminist street cred before she gives you the meat of the matter. So when I look at that and I go, well, I look at the data sets that Dr. David Buss throws out there. It's not that I have a problem with him personally. It's just like I think that there needs to be a broader discussion about this kind of stuff. Because what happens is then you get Ruslan, or you get some of these like half-baked morons who are like, oh, well, Dr. David Buss says that ovulatory shift is not a thing. So there goes the red pill. Poof, bye, guys. Let's go back to church. That's it. Okay, dismissed. Class dismissed. That's what I'm talking about. Like, no, there's a broader discussion that needs to happen here. And you know what? Nobody gives a flying fuck about that. Because it's easier to create bullshit than it is to refute bullshit. And no one wants to sit there for 2 hours to listen to Rollo Tomasi talk about, hey, have you thought about the fact that, hormonal birth control might have something to do with the fact that, hey, men or women are picking the wrong men. Right? I just was made aware of that like recently. Some guy picks up a story somewhere and says, well, it's because of the pill. Well, which pill? Because there's two different kinds of pills. Well, actually, probably three different kinds of pills that work on different aspects of women's like endocrinology, right? There's the one that's progesterone. There's like two different hormonal birth controls. Okay, well, is it that, or is it Norplant, or is it this, or is it that? What is it? What birth control are we talking about? Hey, birth control makes chicks fat and bitchy and they choose the wrong guy. I was just watching I forget who it was, but the conversation was maybe was it Chris Williamson? It was something to the effect that if women are on birth control and they get with a guy and they fall in love with the guy and they love the dude, and then they go, okay, let's have babies. And she goes off of birth control so that she can have babies with this guy, then suddenly she divorces him or she leaves him because now she's in her right mind. Now suddenly the ovulatory shift or whatever reasserts itself. Oh, it was on Joe Rogan. Maybe it was on Joe Rogan. Was it Rogan? But it reasserts itself all of a sudden. And now she's back to normal. She's not on hormonal birth control, because if she hadn't been on it and she'd been au natural, she never would have picked you. Okay, great. I'm willing to read the stories. I'm willing to look at the data for that. I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. I've also got other data that I can confound that with, at least look for the debate anyways. But the premise of that is that, well, if you weren't on hormonal birth control, and if you weren't looking for a guy who's nice and soft and tender and has feminine facial features and looks like a good guy who's going to be like a good dad, right? So you're looking for the guy who's soft and sweet and pliable and not quite, not the bodybuilder. And because you're on hormonal birth control, you're looking for the beta buck side of things, right? Because it tricks the body into thinking that it's like, it's pregnant, like a woman's body is pregnant, and therefore she gets into nesting, and she's looking for the guy who's comfort providing and has the comfortable facial features and looks, has familiarity, and maybe seems like brother or dad or something like that. Or else it is, and yes, I know the science behind this as well. Or it's looking for women are looking for a guy who has certain like chemical or genetic traits that, like, well, I don't know, pheromones or whatever. Like everybody loves the pheromone hypothesis until it is unflattering for women that pheromones actually do something for them, right? I've had people like tell me, hey, pheromones are bullshit. And then I've had other people say, well, pheromones are really are a real deal, right? Something actually happens, right? So the long and the short of it is this, though, is if a woman goes off of hormonal birth control and is she suddenly now predisposed to finding the right guy? Whatever that means, but the biologically, genetically, DNA, evolutionarily better choice for her? Does she now suddenly have some magical ability to discern what's what? And what does that guy look like? Does he have a strong jawline? Is he like yoked? Does he have a V taper? Does he have a six pack abs? Does he have masculinized features, or does he have feminized features? What's the right guy? I'm going to divorce this guy because now, I'm in my right mind. I'm off my hormonal birth control. Now I'm done with this dude. I got to go and find somebody else, right? Oh, poosh, dodged a bullet there, right? That presumes that there is a biological aspect to women's mate selection. It's not about status. It is not about mate shifting. It is about hypergamy. It is about women wanting alpha fucks and beta bucks. So when she goes off of hormonal birth control and now again, this is me spitballing here. I'm just throwing out the data here. I can give you my interpretation of that data, but that data presumes that if a woman goes off of hormonal birth control and she divorces the guy that she was going to marry and she starts looking for another type of guy, that presumes that ovulatory shift in women's mate selection is actually a biological, evolutionarily firmware pre-programmed thing, not status, not social adaptability or social hierarchies or anything like that. Maybe that's part of it for sure. But what's the more important element in this situation, children? The biology, the endocrinology, the hormones, hey, we went off of birth control and now we're looking for the right guy. That is a pretty damning refutation, let's just say, of the mate shifting hypothesis right there. So if you're going to tell me that women's mating strategy is primarily predicated on mate shifting, and then in the next fucking sentence tell me that when women go off of hormonal birth control, suddenly they have this epiphany and now they're going to want to get with, Jason Momoa instead of, some Weish, I don't know, who's Weish? Give me a Weish actor. And suddenly they want to get with the cat instead of the dad, or maybe even vice versa. It's still it's baked in to the hypothesis that there is a genetic component to it. Still waiting on the answer for that one. Ruslan. Hey, Rus, hey, the red pill's out the window. No, not really. I'm waiting. Tell me when. Tell me what you got. You have to look at the totality of things. I had a very interesting debate with Torshaa. Actually, it was this morning. And I concluded our conversation, and I'm actually going to run her up the flagpole a little bit today. I ended our conversation by saying this: look, there's data, and then there's the ways that we interpret that data. So if it is in a research scientist's best interest to interpret data through a woke, gynocentric, feminine-centric way of interpreting it that is going to preserve your tenure at the college, that is going to preserve your brand, your online brand on YouTube or wherever. If you're not going to alienate half of your followers by relating something that is unflattering to the feminine, then you're probably going to interpret that data differently than I am going to interpret it. I don't have a personal problem with Dr. Jeffrey Miller or Dr. Hector Garcia or Dr. Buss or whatever. I simply look at the data that they come up with, that they present, and I say, is that really what you're correlating out of this? And we also can't look at data sets in isolation. The one that I've used quite a bit, actually, was the one where I'm looking at like the divorce statistics from 1965 up to 2020, I believe it was, and correlating them and superimposing them one on top of the other. And then you look at the rise in hormonal birth control versus the rise in the spike in divorces from 1965 in through the 80s and 90s. If you look at one of those in isolation, you go, oh shit, look how many people are using hormonal birth control. Wow, how curious. And then you go, oh wow, 1965. Oh, look, people women started divorcing their husbands more around then. Must have been third wave feminism. But when you put the two of them together, then you see the correlation there. Now, is correlation causation? No. But again, when you see things that are almost perfectly parallel, that's a hell of a correlation. I'm the one who's pointing this out. No one else is, that I know of. No one else is superimposing those things. No one else is doing this shit because it's not in their best interest to do that. You don't build a popular web chain. You don't build YouTube on that. TikTok will ban you for doing that kind of stuff. Universities will fire you, or you will lose your tenure for doing stuff like that, for correlating things or interpreting data in a way that is going to threaten you. Well, I forget what it was. You can't teach a man, or you can't. It's hard to convince a man of something if his income is dependent upon him believing it. I forget where that came. I forget who said that. I knew you were right as soon as I heard you speaking. The concepts you outlined, I just immediately understood were true on a very deep level. I just want to be able to complete the circuit on my own. Yes, good. I hope you do complete the circuit. Oh man, hey man, no. You don't look. You don't. I'm going to ban you. I'm going to ban you seriously because unless you were already blocked. Yes, you were. Somebody's already on the spot. Don't put the porn stuff in until the last hour. You know the rules. Chat girl, whatever your name is. Oh, Chat 69. Chat 69. Seriously. Wait until we're like old and lazy and we're 2 hours. And right now we're on fire right now. So you're going to get banned. But you wait till like, I don't know, hour 3, maybe you have a better chance. I encourage my trolls. There is a great red pill message in Sherlock Holmes. There is a story, the case of identity, that answers why you can't red pill someone who doesn't want to hear the message. It's the last paragraph of the story. Really? Okay. I will look that up. What's it called? A case of identity. I will put that in the great big book of everything here. Case of identity. Okay. Sorry, children. I am actually need to have that on there. I'm intrigued. By the way, I think a lot of people kind of don't misunderstand the fact that like it's not a sin to like and enjoy fiction, by the way. I think too many people are like, hey man, I'm going to read the Stoic works of Marcus Aurelius, and I'm going to read 4-Hour Work Week, and then I'm going to read Unscripted, and then I'm going to read. I was like, read Dune. read some really good fiction, because hell, even The Matrix, right? There's a lot of good messages that come out in fiction. The Matrix wants JP to be the mentor of the incels because he is still playing by their rules, unlike someone like you. Yes. Well, I've heard that before, J-Pop. I have heard that he is controlled opposition by them. I can neither confirm nor deny his involvement in any of that, but I do know this, is that as soon as he came back from Russia after his rehab, he has not been the same dude. And I say this as an act of kindness. I'm not really saying this because it's like, oh, he's attacking his character. If you go and you like, Jordan Peterson just got picked up by Daily Wire, and he has been doing a lot of like video work. People are saying, hey man, he almost got kicked off of Twitter, or he was kicked off of Twitter for talking about that fat chick that's on the cover of Sports Illustrated magazine or whatever, the swimsuit edition. And I'm like, yeah, but he's still on. He's still doing it. And then he also put out a tweet saying, hey, I'm going to step away from Twitter for a while. Of course, that lasted all of a week. I would argue, I'd be very skeptical of that. And I'm only skeptical because I know brand building when I see it. And I also happen to know that Michaela Peterson is in charge of his brand. But then he got the gig, he got licensed or a contract or whatever with Daily Wire, and he starts doing these videos where you can tell he is reading from a teleprompter. And by the way, whoever's doing your editing, dude, you need some better jump cut. Get the Sable brothers to do your video at the very least. You know, if you're going to try to like put one past us, at least get somebody to go do your professional video editing, because those are bad jump cuts. Because he's sitting there, you can tell he's reading the teleprompter, and it says this right now. It's almost like a Joe Biden moment. I'm like, who is this guy, right? And then you see the where he's sort of reading from a script and sort of trying to present these like, I guess do these quick hit, short content videos that are clearly scripted because he's reading them directly from the teleprompter. How do I know that? Because when you put him on stage with Ben Shapiro with a bunch of people in the background asking questions, or Ben Shapiro asks him stuff, it's like he can barely string a coherent sentence together. And I'm like, I feel like Mugatu and Zulan. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Like, why do people think this is intelligible? And the people, well, you're just too stupid, Rollo, to figure out it's a genius mind like Jordan Peterson. I'm like, it just the coherence, it doesn't make any sense, or it sounds like pseudo intellectual bullshit. And I think that at a certain point, Peterson had to he probably still does realize that he has to be knowledgeable on everything. I hate that. I will never get to that. I promise you. Here's I promise you, I will never get to this point. If I don't know something, I will tell you I don't know it. I will say, hey, Rollo, what do you think about the price of rare earth magnets in Wudan, China, and what's going on there, and the unrest, and why are magnets such a big deal? I'm not going to sit there and go, well, let me tell you something about magnets a little bit here, and then blah 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 magnets. I'm not going to sit here and like pretend like I know something about that shit, something that I don't know about. I will go, you know what? I don't know. But I will try to find out for you if it's important to people. That's enough that people are going to send me a $25 super chat about magnets and being mined, rare earth magnets being mined in China. I'll go look it up just so I have some sort of knowledgeability about it. But I'm not going to pretend that I know anything about it. But I think that at a certain point, when you get to be a big enough brand, especially one that is based on you being knowledgeable about everything, something about everything. You'll get to the point where you don't know something and you just like bullshit will naturally flow out of your mouth because your followers know that he probably knows something about rare earth magnets in China. Let's ask Dr. Peters. He don't know shit. I don't know shit. The people who are asking probably don't know shit either. But they'll ask and he'll be like, let me say, yeah, China has a long, illustrious history. The rare earth and the mining of things have lots of resources. And he'll blah, 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 blah. Instead of, well, you know what? I don't know. I'll find out. Now, take that out of the realm of like some rare earth magnets. Take it out of that realm. And somebody says, hey, Rollo, do you know anything about microchimerism? Well, I peripherally, I do. But I'm not going to sit here and try to give you a whole fucking show on like, hey, I know everything about microchimerism. And when a guy has sex with a woman, he leaves some DNA in her bloodstream. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to, God forbid, because the first thing anybody will say is, hey, believes in this bullshit called microchimerism. Like somebody will come up and hit me on that. I've learned the hard way not to do that, not to pretend like I know something that I don't know. So the best answer, I think, is the best practices. Here's your prescription. I don't know, but I'll find out. When you're dealing with somebody who seems like they know something about everything, rather than saying, I don't know, I'll find out for you, that's when you want to sort of like vet your guru a little bit better, I think. Matt Walsh is a borderline Chad. I disagree. I fundamentally disagree with that. I asked average men at a convenience store that work there, what do they think about incel? They had a lot to say. I do agree with them. Absolutely not. Okay. Were they in your English as a second language class? Let's see. Cryptic Coil. That's going to be my next band name. There's a great red pill message in Sherlock Holmes. Okay, I got to you already. J-Pot, I got to you. Sorry, I'm trying to push down past all this. Did I miss anybody, Sam? I've been trying to stay on top of my game here with all this stuff. I still don't see Tori in the. I'm about to rip open Tori, but I mean in a loving way. I'm going. Sometimes you have to. If I didn't care, I wouldn't do nothing. If I didn't care, I would just shut up. If I give you shit, it's because I care. Yes, it was Joe Rogan. Yeah, that one interview. Yeah. American Man again. My cognitive dissonance with the red pill comes from my religion. I'm starting book 3, but I want to read book 4 sooner. Go ahead. You should. There's no order for the books, by the way, just so you know. I mean, I'll be on the first one. Read the first one first, and then you can read them in any order. I'm missing foundational stuff. If I skip 3 for now, no, you won't. If your interest is in religion and your religious conviction and how it dovetails into the red pill, then read book 4. Again, think of the first book, the Rational Male. Think of that as like the rule book, and then the other books in the series, the other 4 in the series, think of those as like supplements to the rule book. I know I'm a gamer, so that's the only way I can put it in terms that I understand, because I am really not a philosopher, despite what the Iron Disciples say. David Buss is out of touch with today's world. Yeah, well, yes and no, but yeah, more yes than no. Mike Sartine had to explain to him that people date through Instagram. I know. That's another thing. What did I just say? This is a great example, Emilia. Here, you know what, Emilia? You get you get one of these. Yes, you are right, Emilios. Okay, another shining example of what I was just saying about like talking about shit that you know nothing, being confident. It's not even so much confident ignorance. I think it's almost like this expectation that my followers and the people watching this show are going to expect me to know something about that. So I'm just going to rattle off some bullshit. And then what happens is by doing that, they expose themselves as not knowing what the fuck they're talking about. Like you were saying before, Mike Sartain had to explain. Hell, I had to have Myron and Fresh sort of like, bring me up to speed on, not OnlyFans, but seeking arrangements, sugaring, how like the old school principles of like say mystery method and the old school PUAs has to be updated to 2020, right? Or 2022, because getting a phone number means nothing now. A number closed used to be a big deal back in the mid 2000s. Now it's just like, it's follow me on Instagram is the, let me get your number. And I had to sort of put that into perspective for myself before I started like to work or doing the outline really for book 5, which is based on game. So, I had a lot of reasons behind writing the player's handbook, but one of them was updating those old principles so that they were more relatable and more usable. They had more utility, let's say, in 2022. That's why I did that. But again, I'm not going to sit here and say, I absolutely know that if you carry your books home from school, she's going to like you. And expect like the TikTok generation, they'll go, oh, very good. Thank you, Grandpa. Like, not going to happen. And I'm not going to sit there and pretend like I know what the fuck I'm talking about when I don't. Okay. Oh, there's Tori. Okay, Tori. I'm glad you're in the chat, because we're gonna get down to we're gonna sort you out today too. Playing the devil's advocate. Hey, for 1 second, isn't it wise for David Buss and company to sell to those that buy? Women, yes. Only women should be busy doing the work. All right. The reason why men behaving badly sells well. And by the way, I think that you could also, as much as I hate to say this, I think you could also throw Marty Hazelton's book Hormonal into the same category, or even Alpha God by Dr. Hector Garcia. You take those books, they're pretty much, they have some data set wise, I love them. I always reference The Blank Slate by Dr. Steven Pinker. And by the way, I've got several of these other books that I haven't gotten to just yet, but there's one on rationality he just put out that I think is fascinating. However, doesn't Rollo know that Dr. Steven Pinker was on Jeffrey Epstein's Lolita Express to his island? Yeah, I do. I'm ashamed to say that I do. So is Bill Clinton. So is Bill Gates. So was Prince Andrew. So was, we can go on and on and on. I don't care so much as I care about the data, okay, and how we're going to interpret that data. I think he's very useful for the data and what he's written. I agree with what he said on pretty much wholesale and everything that goes along with The Blank Slate, the modern denial of human nature. Absolutely. Do I think he should be sort of be wary of the guy because he was on Lolita Island or whatever the hell? Yeah. Okay. But I'm not going to discontinue. I'm not going to discount the data and the research that he's done. Same thing with Dr. David Bless. Does he know what he's talking about when it comes to modern dating? Probably not. But I'm going to look at his data sets and I'm going to use them and I'm going to interpret them through the Rollo Tomasi lens. 2-bit user again. I never expect to make the show stopping super chat. Yes, you get the super chat of the show, by the way. 2-bit user here. You can even have another one. To incels needing a social connection, there's an app for that. Replica. Oh, is that the one that gives you the virtual girlfriend that replicates the girlfriend? Replica gives you an AI for interaction that can even be your wife with the augmented reality gear. Remember that movie, Her? Was it Her? I think it was Her. And it had was it Joaquin Phoenix, who was the guy in that? He was the Joker. He plays some really disturbing characters, doesn't he? It's pretty much the same thing. Falls in love with Scarlett. Was it Scarlett Johansson's voice that was in there? Matt W. Are women self-aware of their nature? Might be a silly question. Yes and no. Depends on what aspect of that nature we're talking about. I actually have a post for that. It's called, was it malicious intent or something and intent? I can't remember. I've gotten that question quite a few times over the years, Matt. Do women do this deliberately? Are they deliberately evil, or they just don't know that their own? They just subconsciously do these things and they behave the way that it's all deterministic, right? Yes and no. I usually get this when people say, "Don't women know that they're giving guys shit tests?" Yeah, and no, because sometimes they'll just if a woman's being passive aggressive, that can be a shit test. And most of the time it is. When guys will say, "Well, she's just damaged and fucked up." Well, yeah, it could be that, but it's also the fact that she's doing it in the first place. And what's the context of the passive aggressiveness? Can it be a shit test? Yeah, it can. Or maybe she's just, that's just how she is. Okay, it could be that too. But give me the context and I'll tell you whether or not that woman is self-aware of that or she's not. So I can say the same thing about guys too. But in this case, yes. Very few women are really insightful enough or self-aware enough to understand that they are actually giving a shit test. They just think it's like that. Well, he should know what he should go and mow the lawn. I'm going to complain. I'm going to do this. I can be a Karen. I can do what, on and on and on and on and on. Right? Women will subconsciously shit test men in the same way that men will subconsciously stare at a big set of tits. Because it's just what we do. Hey, my eyes are up here. Yeah, that's pretty much the whole thing, right? Because we'll do it and we'll be aware that we're doing it and we'll still do it anyways. The same thing with shit tests. Are you aware of it? Yeah, maybe you are, maybe you aren't. Who knows? I think is there malicious intent behind it, right? Hi, Rollo. I have just started seeing a girl from Tinder. Really? How can I make her stop using Tinder before getting into a relationship and without me sounding with a scarcity mindset? Okay. Good luck. Spin plates, my friend. You want to know how you hear? This is what I would think. I don't know enough about the details. I don't know who she is. I don't know who you are. However, always test for genuine desire. That I think there's two, like whenever this is a maxim, but I'm thinking about putting together a full book of maxims. Like it might be my next book. It's like the book of maxims, right? But one of those maxims that's in the player's handbook is that women will break rules for alpha males, and they will make more rules even for beta males. Women would rather share a successful alpha high value man than to be saddled with a faithful loser that is Pook. I'm giving him credit. Okay. But women will break rules for a guy who other men want to be and other women want to bang. That's another maxim. They all kind of go together, but all three of those ones right there, alpha break rules for alphas, want to get with a guy who other men want to be and other women want to bang, and the sharing of the high value men. Those three, all of those are founded on one principle. They're founded on genuine desire. You could also throw women when women decide that they want to like be involved with the guy, and they want to change their sports team, or they suddenly get into Swedish death metal. You know the joke, right? They start like finding ways to become more compatible with that guy. Like, I'm going to share his interests. What's he into? Oh, he loves Lamb of God. Okay, I'm going to get into that. Oh, he is a Raiders fan. My dad's going to hate it because we're Kansas City Chiefs fans, but I don't care. He's hot, and I want to have some. I really got to do that. Facial smoothing is so bad on that camera. I try not to do stuff like that. I try not to put filters like on. I try not to do this when I get a chance. I'm going to turn that off. I promise you. Everything is natural here. I'm trying to give you the real deal. But all of those principles are based on one thing: genuine desire, or those maxims are based on genuine desire. Okay. So also, you can also throw in the medium is the message. What is the medium that she is sending you? What is the message she is sending you with the medium that you're talking about right here? Well, I just started seeing this girl, blah, blah, blah. How do I get her to stop using Tinder before getting into the relationship? The question you need to be asking yourself is, why isn't she off Tinder already? Why would you need to ask her to get off of Tinder? The medium is Tinder. She's still on Tinder. You met her on Tinder, and you want to get with her. You're banging her off of Tinder. Maybe she's a plate right now. Who knows? You want to have a relationship with her. Don't jump the gun, first of all. And second of all, the medium being Tinder is like, if she really was that into you, she would be off Tinder right now. If she really wanted to be with you and not go to Vegas for a girls' weekend in Vegas, that conversation doesn't come up because you are a bigger and better deal than the going with her girlfriends and going and hanging out and bumping grind and freaking pool parties. Hot guy in the phone cat party. Yeah, it's a better deal. Well, you don't have women who are into you won't confuse you. Right now, it's like, I'm confused. She's on, Rollo, she's still on Tinder. How do I get her to stop? Most women will say female dating advice, and like feminized dudes who think that like open communication actually means fucking anything will tell you, well, you need to communicate this to her and tell her what your boundaries are and say, baby, if we're going to have a relationship, then you need to get off of Tinder. No, you don't. What you need to do is date non-exclusively until you get to the point where she's like, you know what? I really want this guy. I'm so into this dude that I'm going to get off of Tinder, and I want to have the talk, and I want to be exclusive with this guy. That's where you want to get to, not we need to have a talk. I'm going to give you an ultimatum. If you don't get off of Tinder, we're never going to have a relationship. I want you to delete Instagram because you're showing your ass and your titties on there. I want you to get off of OnlyFans because if you're with a guy like me, then I ought to be the number one in your life. The very fact that you have to verbalize that in the first place means you're lost. She should already be like, oh man, this guy is so good. He is such a high value dude. He is such a great opportunity. He is the best I can fucking do. I better get the fuck off of Instagram, or I better take those titty shots off of there. I don't want him to think I'm trying to get up with some other dude. I'm going to get off of OnlyFans because, man, he's really got me. I love this guy. I want to be with him. I can see us having babies in the future. And Lord in heaven, I certainly don't want him to think that I want to fuck any of those losers that follow me on Instagram or on OnlyFans. I'm going to delete it, or I'm going to change up the photos anyways on Instagram. I'm going to put pictures of him and me on there because I'm so into him. I want all my friends to know I got with this guy. That's when you go, okay, she's breaking rules. She's breaking rules for an alpha. What are the rules? The rules are I keep myself on Instagram in my bikinis and my G-strings and all the great shots that my Tang shot of me. I stay as sexy and hot as I possibly can because I don't think this guy is 100%. There's still a tinge of a doubt that he's the best I can do. And so I'm only going to do the soft launch with him. You're going to see my hand in his hand on the beach with a bottle of Corona somewhere. And hey, because women know that they lose market share when they do that. Women know that the brand of them, the moment they put a boyfriend on Facebook, on Instagram, on Snapchat, on Twitter, wherever, on any of their social media, the moment they show up with the new boyfriend, they lose market capital. They lose sexual market capital the minute you are taken. The minute all of the guys who thought they could fuck you, all the guys who are sniffing around you, all the guys who, oh wow, she doesn't have any boys, she has no men in her pictures. Wow, so you mean there's a chance? That goes flying out the window. Women know absolutely know that. Oh, do women know what they're doing? Yeah, they know that. They definitely know that. Yes, that's why you get the soft launch. That's why you see feet and hands and whatever else before you see the dude, because they know they lose market capital when they show a dude there, because now the fantasy's over and guys stop following them. The beta orbiters who are giving them all the warm fuzzies and all of the great reinforcement and the affirmation and the attention that they've been so accustomed to for so long, that goes away. Now I don't know what I'm going to do, Rollo. So the conversation is not about how do I get her off of Tinder? It's why isn't she off of Tinder to begin with? Are you so much of a big deal to her that she's willing to do that on her own organically? That's what you have to focus on. Ow. Or is it just AL? What do you do, my brother? Love what you do, my brother. I love you too. Keep up the work. We need men like yourself. You know what? I think so too. We need more. Go Wolfpack. Yes. You get to. I know it's only a $2 one, but you get one for that. Always get Wolfpack. What's this Wolfpack of which you speak? It's UNR's team. Thank you very much. Here in Reno, Nevada, which is where I am and where I'm staying. This is the new Red One Studios that you are looking at right here, which is still incomplete, but is coming together nicely. Maverick, the difference between debates, logical and rational, and arguments, emotional and ideological, is visible and tells a lot about the person, including the people who want you to debate destiny, even though it will be an argument. Yes, it will not be a debate. If it's funny, some people say, hey, can we get you guys both on the same show and talk shit about each other? Yeah, let's go. Don't call it a debate. Okay. What do you want to do? Hey, what do I got to do to get you to debate Ruslan? You can start by not calling it a debate. I'll be on the same show. Hey, we want you guys as panelists. We know you're going to disagree on things. Okay. Don't call it a debate. Hey, what's it going to take to get you to, I've had this, by the way, but I'm going to sell out Adam Sosnick right now. I've been asked to do a debate with Michaela Peterson on Adam Sosnick's show on Valuetainment. And I told Adam, I said, that it will never happen. And not because I'll show up, but she and her people will never agree to that. It will never happen because the first thing out of my mouth is, you're a bad mother. That'll be the first thing I say. And I will point blank stare at the camera and say, you are or her face, and you are a bad mother. You're outsourcing your motherhood. You're kill to party. Everything I have said about kill to party has been vindicated, and by your example in the last 8 months. And she knows it. That's why she snipes from behind a block. Should we pay a hooker and send her to JP's place. Please don't. Have you seen the new Lauren Southern video? The one where she says she's hates being a working stiff or some shit like that. Somebody sent that to me right before showtime. I have not seen it yet. I saw the title and I'm like, oh boy, this ought to be good. This ought to be good, Lauren. Once again, alcoholic Lauren, another woman who's outsourcing her motherhood, I should say too. And I'll point blank tell her that as well. Have you come across vabbing? Women using their own juices as juices. How many women are actually doing that, do you think? Do you think that's actually a thing? Or is that just like it's just fluff, man. It's hey, let's have this conversation. It's an icebreaker. Hey, do you vab? No, I don't. Oh boy. What else is here? No. Black pill's looking more and more like truth, man. Okay, that looks like a scam to me. Tori, this guy right here, this is kind of like what I want you to watch out for when we're doing the show on Thursday, or excuse me, on Friday in Las Vegas, and Torshaa will be there. And speaking of Torshaa, I'm about to run her up the flagpole. Would you like me to do that? Would you like me to make an example of my lovely magician's assistant? Can I please email you? I need advice. I don't give advice. I'll give you an analysis, though. Yes, you may. Cassie, please do. And again, I don't want to be flippant, Cassie. I have, I have Sarah Davis, who I love very much. She's a sister wife, but she is also a counsel. Analysis consult. She's a consult. I guess Torshaa would be a consult. I don't know if she's a consult, but like we talk about stuff all the time. At least Torshaa is one of the few women that I can actually bounce ideas off of when it comes to the red pill kind of stuff, like intersexual dynamics. My wife, sometimes my daughter, sometimes my niece, but like Tori understands my work well enough that like we have kind of a different kind of conversation. But like I do consults with women, just so you know. I don't discriminate. Yes, Cassie, you may. It is rtrationalmail@gmail.com. You will find all of my contact information in every video in the description. Sydney Raghunath, you cannot deny the black pill app. Once again, would you like? Hi, MGTOW Dictionary, whatever your name is, Sydney. Right? I know this is not, but this is fun though. You could please come. You know, you're welcome. You can't deny the black pill. No, because there is no black pill. Would you like me to tell you why there's no black pill? I'll tell you why there's no black pill. I even wrote about it. There is no black pill. I've heard Roosh and a few other commenters in the sphere describe the black pill, the idea that the social order of the blue pill, the feminine imperative, or the gynocracy, if you like, is so rigged against men that they accept their role in it and give up on trying to make themselves or their circumstances better. What these guys are describing is what I've referred to in the past as the abyss. And you'll find this in my books, by the way. The abyss is the psychological existential gulf a man needs to cross when he becomes red pill aware. He realizes that the person he carved out for himself to be in a blue pill conditioned ideal was based on the same set of falsehoods. This stage of unplugging has difficulties unique to men at various stages of their lives and according to the decisions they've made for themselves throughout their lives in accordance with those blue pill ideals. It's one thing for a young man of 25 to unplug and turn his life around in a red pill aware paradigm. It's quite another for a man of 70 to become aware and look back on his life, his marriage, his family's dysfunction, and the long-term impact his blindness to the red or to the blue pill game he was a part of for so long. There is a necessary state of nihilism, or at the very least, a prolonged doubt that occurs when a man realizes that they're cut away from the blue pill conditioned life, their blue pill conditioned life. That is why I compare it to a state of mourning in the 5 stages of unplugging, which you will find in the very first book. Men are literally mourning the loss of their investment in that paradigm. They're mourning the loss of killing the beta that they used to be. So one of the reasons why I use the 5 stages of unplugging, and the reason they're analogous to the 5 stages of grief, and I can bring those up for you if you'd like. The 5 stages of unplugging, I don't think I've ever done a show about this, but I'll read them. I'll rattle them off here for you if you'd like. The first one is anger, denial, bargaining, depression, acceptance. And then the 6th stage is the MGTOW black pill stage, which is the jaded stage. Okay. So I don't want to give away the book, but those are the 5 stages of unplugging. Denial, anger, which is usually where most guys kind of get stuck in. And that's what really kind of draws the most attention, because when guys say, oh, well, don't get angry, those red pill guys, they just learn to hate women. No, those guys are the ones that the examples you could give of red pill guys who seem like they're misogynists or seem like they're angry at women are really kind of just angry at themselves for believing in the bullshit they believed in for so long, because it's almost like you're in an RPG and you maxed out your character in the wrong stats and you're like, oh shit, I wanted to be a tank and not a wizard or whatever the fuck it is, right? And so you have to like kind of, it's almost like getting zeroed out. And whenever a guy gets zeroed out, he gets kind of pissed and depressed, and there's a lot of shit. There's a lot of emotional responses that go along with that. So when you go from being blue pill to being more red pill, or at least being red pill aware. I'm not saying you even put it into practice. You just become more aware. There comes this time of where you have to sort of reconcile this with your old way of thinking and the old way and who you used to be and who the new guy you're going to be in this red pill paradigm, and then seeing the opportunities and seeing the possibilities of making something creatively, rather dealing with discontent creatively rather than destructively. Black pill deals with that nihilism. It deals with that anger, deals with those phases in a destructive manner, whereas red pill deals with it in a constructive manner, in a creative way of doing it. This is getting into the practice of how am I going to use this data to my benefit, or am I just going to sit here and go, it's all hopeless, I'm fucked, the end. That's the difference. Okay, so let me keep going here. Understanding this, there is no black pill. There's only the abyss of accepting the truth that comes with the red pill awareness and a man's capacity to make this awareness work in his best interests. Incels, if nothing else, want to find ways to make this awareness work for them. But most are too damaged to deal with the realities that the red pill awareness reveals to them. They're not ready for the truth, but it's unavoidable today. It's not me that's radicalizing this. It's not Jordan Peterson who's radicalizing or who's the king of the fucking incels. That's not it. Take Jordan away. Erase him from history. Take him off the net, like completely cancel him, erase him. Erase Rollo Tomasi. Get him off the net, completely cancel him, disappear him. Disappear Andrew Tate. Disappear John from My Life Day. Disappear whoever you want that you see as a luminary or a guru or a spiritual head or a prophet or whatever of the manosphere. Erase them entirely. You know what's left? The internet. And people will still find this stuff. And another guy will come and go, this doesn't look like the way that it actually is. Because right now, the manosphere is unignorable. I shouldn't say the manosphere. The truths and the awareness that the manosphere makes apparent is unavoidable. That's why I have conflicts with guys like David Buss. That's why I have conflicts. And I'm saying I'm conflict. I'm not going to challenge him like Logan Paul to a duel or some shit like that. I'm just going to challenge that idea and the interpretation of the data that he has. Well, Rollo, you don't have a doctorate. Doesn't matter. I'm using his research. And I'm saying I'm coming to a different conclusion. Tell me how I'm wrong. Let's have this conversation. If they don't want to have that conversation, then that's as far as I can take it at that point. And you can go and say, well, he's got the doctorate and you don't. Okay, well, fine. But I'm also have 20 years into this of interpreting data, of connecting dots and going places that guys like Hector Garcia, Marty Hazelton, David Buss, Jeff Miller, Pinker, all of them don't want to go. They are either unable or unwilling to go. But Rollo Tomasi, you're goddamn right.
You're goddamn right.
I'm going to go there. Understand this. There is no black. Okay. Incels, if nothing else, want to find ways to make this awareness work for them, but the most are too damaged to deal with the realities that the red pill awareness reveals to them. Okay. They're not ready for it, right? Remember Morpheus? A lot of the femisphere critics want to lay the blame for incels at the feet of the red pill. They think there is some nefarious plot to radicalizing young men to be killers in some misogyny-fueled gender jihad against women. By the way, I'm writing this in 2018. This is from the Incels article I came back to. I'm writing this in 2018. You could relate this to 2022 in the election year where all politics are gender politics, and we're going to have a women's march. And you want to know why Jordan Peterson and incels and the Handmaid's Tale and all this stuff is a hot topic? It's not a fucking coincidence. It's not a coincidence. This is what a gender war looks like. Okay. This presumption also comes on the heels of the Me Too Futurist Female movement, so it fits perfectly with the resistance narrative. Anybody remember that when Trump was around? As I said, it's easy to hate on incels. They fit another profile too, but they fit another profile too. That of the basement dwelling 30-year-old who refuses to leave his parents' house. For the man up crowd, incels are easy to amog. An alpha male other guy, they're easy to amog. For the lathered up militant feminists, they're the perfect foil needed to legitimize their own ego investments in a gender dystopia. That's from 2018, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? There is no black pill. There's only the red pill. Black pill is like a prescription. White pill is a prescription. The purple pill, whatever, like half measures, right? I still want my blue pill ideals, but I'm going to use the red pill to try to get those things. That's a practice. That is a prescription. Black pill is a prescription. MGTOW is a prescription. Tradcons, that's a prescription. MRAs, that's a prescription. Here's what we ought to do. Let's do some legal initiatives, right? Whatever. We need men's shelters. That's a prescription. Everyone has game. How effective your game is up to you. But the red pill is not any of that. It is descriptive, not prescriptive. You can't deny the black pill. Oh, you're goddamn right. I can deny the black pill, because the black pill is just the red pill, and the black pill is really just how those guys are interpreting it, and how those guys are deciding what best practices ought to be, because it ought to be this way. Because here's the data that the red pill has already had in the bank since as far back as 2002. And in most cases, you were watching fucking Jimmy Neutron and Fairly Odd Parents and Phineas and Ferb when I was writing about this shit. So it's been around for a lot longer than you think. So I'm going to use bullshit about black pills. It's the way we've been around forever. No, you haven't. The red pill has far outdates the black pill, the movement or whatever. It's not even a movement. You know what it is? It's guys getting together online on a freaking channel and commiserating. That's what it really is. Law number 1, never trust a dating coach. Oh, good. Okay. I'm not a dating coach, so good. In fact, I would agree with that. Let's see. What else you got? I would agree with that, actually. Yeah, never trust a dating coach. Here's the other thing. The word coach, the name coach. I'm coach this. I'm coach Corey Wayne. I'm coach Greg Adams. I'm coach Red Pill. I'm coach blah, blah. I'm coach fuckwit, right? Anybody who calls himself coach? Coach is just a preferred pronoun. That's all it is. Coach is your preferred pronoun. It's just like saying, you can call me Z and Zer. That's what it is. Unless you're actually like freaking, John Gruden, right? Unless you actually are a coach. And even then, it's still a preferred pronoun. I prefer that. I'm John Gruden. I'm Chucky. I'm John Gruden. Coach of well, actually, it was Tampa Bay too, but like the Oakland Raiders and was Las Vegas Raiders. I prefer that you call me coach. Okay. Dr. Jordan Peterson. Doctor is a title. It's a preferred pronoun. You better damn well call him that, because he didn't spend all that time in medical school to be called Mr. Jordan Peterson, Mr. Evil, Dr. Evil. That's a preferred pronoun. That's all it is. Now, is it legit? For a doctorate, maybe it is. Is it for coach? Well, I don't know. We've kind of taken the teeth out of it. So you tell me, brother. Dumb question. Would a woman leave an alpha? Depends. There are, and therefore alpha widow herself. Do you see circumstances that it could happen? Yeah, I could. Especially if the guy becomes abusive. because let's be honest, I just showed you freaking Richard Ramirez. I think he might qualify for an alpha that women might eventually leave. Is it true if a guy doesn't have a good relationship with his mom that he won't be a good husband? Not necessarily. Again, what's a good husband? What's a bad husband? What if he has a good relationship with his mom, but his mom, he's a mama's boy. He has a great relationship with her, but she kind of runs the show for her. She lives vicariously through that guy. Is he a good husband as a result? Is he a bad husband as a result? She loves him. He loves her. They have a great relationship together. And so I'm just looking at the opposite case here. All right. Yeah, you can have a bad husband as a result of mom coming over and sort of running the show. By the way, there's still intrasexual competition between mom and your wife, or mom and girlfriend, or mom and daughter, or mom and sister. You have to, or like, mother-in-law and sister, whatever. There's always going to be that. There's still a sexual, I hate this, it's not sexual, it's only a gender dynamic between all women, and they could be in the same family. So again, it's neither here nor there, Lily, but I think that, so if he doesn't have a good relationship with her, can he still be a good husband? I don't see why not. Again, it's almost like saying, because I would say that's a software problem rather than a firmware problem. So the body is the machine. The mind is the firmware, and the learning aspect of it is the software. I don't know. Contextual, I would say, but I don't think it's a firmware thing. A woman knows she's attracted to you the moment she sees you. Looks are number one, and you can't deny that. The black pill is the truth. Yeah. Well, it is, except for okay, smart ass. Clearly you haven't read my book, because one of the first chapters in there is looks count. I put that in there. Yes. Hey, that's black pill truth. No, that's the red pill, dumbass. That's what that is. Go tell Wheat Waffles that. Go tell Looks and Face and LMS that. I've been saying that for years. It's even in the most recent book. Looks count. Looks are a big deal. Yes, absolutely. You're right. You know what else counts? Gain counts. Sometimes wealth and status counts. But yeah, to get you in the front door, looks are number one. Yeah. They are number one, but they're not the only thing on that fucking list. Got it? Good. I knew you could. Can you dig it? I knew that you could. All right. Let's see. Oh my God. He doesn't talk about looks, dude. Look at me, man. I'm freaking 54 years old. Here's the thing that gets me about looks, guys, right? Now I'm completely off track. I'm sorry. Here's the thing that gets me about looks maxers and black pill's right. It's all about looks. Is that just what the black pill is about? It's just about looks. Is it? You guys know what, was it Jazzercise is? You put that little in your mouth. It's like a bit in your mouth. And you like build up your jaw muscles or something like that. I don't know how that's supposed to like change the architecture of your jaw, but you probably build some muscle with that. I should get one of those and just do that on a live stream. That'd be funny as hell. Hey guys, I'm election action now. I have this in my workout regimen. Every time I go on like a Fresh and Fit and I'm wearing a tank top, or if you guys see me, I know it was when I did the live stream for the album release party with Trial of Ascension, my band. I did 2 hours and we were in because it was hot as fuck in the rehearsal studio, and I'm in there with a tank top on. The first thing people don't care about the music. They're like, hey, damn, Rollo Tomasi's yoked. Okay, well, apparently I do care about looks. Apparently, I'm on record as saying this is I like sex so much that I will never let myself get fat. I like sex too much to ever get sloppy and fat and lame. I'll always be on top of my game when it comes to my physique for as long as I'm able to do so. And I will always do that. You know why? Because I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh, it's looks. You would think, here's my problem with the black pill is not just about looks maxing. Okay? Can we at least agree to that there's other aspects of the black pill as a practice, as a prescription? Because you're really just talking about red pill principles. How do I know that? Because I've been talking about looks since before you were fucking born. So yeah, I agree. You got me, man. You're right. Looks are very important. They're number one. Yeah. Way more important than most guys want to really admit to. You're right. Got me. Been talking about it for forever. So is the red pill for forever. We've had these conversations I've had conversations with PUAs from back in the mid 2000s about exactly this same topic. Come on, give me something new, brother. But let's just say for sake of argument, it's all about looks. You would think that Sydney Raghunath or all these black pill doomers that want to come at me right now, why are you coming at me? Oh, he needs to admit that the Wheat Waffles is right. It's all about facial symmetry and working out and getting good. Yeah, look at Wheat Waffles. He's in good fucking shape. Take a fucking page out of his book. Get your fat ass to the gym. If you believe it's all about looks, you should not be in the black pill, my friend. You should be in the fitness sphere. You should be a personal trainer. You should be in fucking the Mr. Ocon. You should be Mr. Olympia. You should be competing with top level bodybuilders or whatever. At least get your fat ass in the gym. By that admission, you're just saying, yeah, I'm a weak piece of shit. No, I'm a chin cell. I don't have good posture. There's ways to fucking fix that, man. Oh, I'm not tall enough. Yeah, well, maybe you're not tall enough, but you could certainly get jacked. Kevin Savo, man. Kevin, how tall are you? I think Kevin's like 5'7". Tori knows how tall he is. He's 5'7", 5'8", 5'6". He's not. Oh, I can't imagine he's 5. Maybe he's 5'9". I don't know. Not the average height of the American male is 5'9". Deal with it. You know what's better? You know what's great? Would you rather be 5'9" and a fat fuck, or would you rather be 5'9" and look like Kevin Savo? I think the obvious answer is you would like to look like Kevin Savo. So before you come at me about like, oh, looks are everything. Okay, great. Show me your fitness brand. At least the guys in jaws are size. They took some action and tried to do something about it. Oh man, my jaw's fucked up. I need to get something. Oh, how about jaws or size? Okay, brilliant. Just sent you an email with an invitation to share your ideas with my female Muslim audience. Okay. Do I have to wear something special? Any chance of connecting? Reading TRM at the moment. Yeah, just connect with me. What is your name? Nah, let me write you down in the book of everything here. Naima. All right. Yeah, no problem. Let me. Okay, I got your name down now. Okay. Yeah, sure. I'm all about it. I have been on Abu American, and I've been on, I forget the other guy's name. I'm drawing a blank. I'm sorry. I've been on several Muslim podcasts, and I promise you, I won't be disrespectful like Michaela Peterson is. I love my Muslim brothers. Are you kidding? Off topic, but I've heard you say resist the urge to ease up on your focus. Yes, it's actually here. I can even show this to you. This is the only motivational quote that I have. Can you see that? Maybe you can. I can't really see that. Let's see. Anyways, it says, and this is from, by the way, this is from Robert Greene's book, Mastery. It's called Resist the Lure of Easing Up on Your Focus. And I will put that back on my. Have you ever eased up? And if so, how do you get back on track? I have eased up on my focus. Yes. Prior to becoming who I am right now. It was hard to, I think what happens is a lot of guys, God, I hate to even talk about this because it sounds like woo woo, like success porn shit. But, because I'm not big on like the Batman origin stories or anything like that. But if you really want to know, okay. When I was in my workaday job, I used to think that, so I have to go all the way back in time. I have to really go back to my 20s to really sort of make this relatable. I definitely eased up on my focus when I entertained the relationship with the borderline personality disorder girlfriend that I had. Definitely. My focus was getting a band together, being in the music industry, writing good songs, being a good performer, learning more about my craft, learning more about playing guitar, learning more about playing bass. Like I was trying to learn every instrument. I was trying to learn everything about everything. And my focus was all about that. And as soon as a hot piece of ass, a nice looking little blonde with big titties and a nice ass comes in, I eased up on my focus. Yes. So that's one example, but that's in my 20s. I think that once you get into, once you start taking on responsibilities, like more like adult responsibilities, right? One of the things that gets me, I think, when I listen to like say Andrew Tate or Tristan Tate or Justin Waller, a lot of those messages that they when you don't know what to talk about, just talk about success. Talk about your business. Talk about going from rags to riches, and I don't mean to like run them up the flagpole because everybody does this. So if you look at anybody in like sort of the success porn, and I'm not saying they are, but they're in the success porn industry, like the Gary V's, the Tony Robbins, the Patrick Bet-Davids. I would put like DJ DeMarco in there too. I would throw anybody who's got sort of like this come up story, like the first like full quarter, 25% to maybe third of their book is all about even Russell Brunson, right? How I was brought up, and I was just this I was born a poor black child in the inner city, and I just had to come up out of the ghetto, and it was, or I survived cancer, or I overcame some disease you've never heard of before. My mom, or my dad left my mom, and I knew I had to do something, productive with my. It's like this huge come up story on every single one, rather than like, okay, get to the point as to what's the plan, like what's your formula. I don't need the first third of the book. What's the plan? Give me the nuts and bolts. I understand why they do that you have to build yourself up and everything. That's why when people ask me about like, oh, what's Rollo's past like, I would rather talk about nuts and bolts than like, oh, here's what I did and you can do it too. And that's not what I'm not telling you can do. In fact, if anything, I'm telling you can't do it exactly the way I did it. Please don't try to emulate what I've done, because I made more mistakes than I've made, like had successes up to this point. I am not in any way paid like a Robert Kiyosaki, who I love like a brother. I am not in any way paid. Hell, even Miguel from Cultivate Crypto makes way more money than I do. Trying to think of who else, like Justin Waller, a millionaire before he came into the manosphere. I'm still working on that zero. Thanks very much. Because I'm more interested in doing something and creating something, and I am more interested in like building things with people who are hungry, like Kevin Savo, like Giovanni Sanders, like Torshaa, like Big Mo. Like Big Mo, I don't know if you guys know this, but Big Mo is also a very good rapper. He's a very good musician. Giovanni Sanders. There's a guy named Trey Little, a rapper that I like a lot. And you guys know me. I was like, I like rap, some rap, but I like it when I know the dude and I know like sort of the story and the drive behind it. There's certain like I like good music. I like a good music that is like, people say, well, you're just into metal, dude. No, I have lots of different. I'm pretty eclectic. I mean, there's very few styles of music that I don't like. I like the authenticity of it, right? I don't like mayonnaise music. I don't like music that's easy. I like music that's hard. But I think it's more about like respect for it. And I like drive, I like punk rock too, but I don't ever bring that up. But I don't have a come up story. I was born in Pasadena, California. I was raised by a single father, actually. And so that's kind of an interesting rarity right there. And it was in, the late 70s, early 80s. So I could tell you about how much I love Kiss. I can tell you how much I used to, like when I was a kid, I was left alone. I was Gen X, right? So I was a latchkey kid. There were summers where my dad had to go to work and me and my brother had to find some way to get in trouble and get out of it before my dad got home. That was pretty much our summers. I spent a lot of time in Huntington Beach on boogie boards and then surfboards. Learned how to surf. I could probably surf today. I haven't done it in a long time. I have a lot of interest in a lot of things that I've done in my past, but in none of that have I like overcome some disease or like my dad was pretty abusive when you think about it, but like, I try never to complain about my conditions. Like here, I've learned this. Here's a bit of a Rollo. Here's a Rolloism. Here's some Rollo wisdom. Would you like some Rollo wisdom? Here's a story. I've learned never to complain about how little sleep you've got, how sick you've been, or how shitty your job is in the company of 3 people. Because in those 3 people that are there, I will guarantee you that one of them has cancer. And one of them is an incurable insomniac. And the next one, he works in raw sewage or something like that. I guarantee it. That's why I don't open my mouth about that. That's why I never complain about those things. And that's a joke and that's an allegory, of course. But it's like there's always somebody who's got it like rougher than you. And that's why I think it's kind of like, I know, disingenuous to like start your book or start you start your stream or whatever about like, oh, I was a brokey, but I became rich because I have this one great secret and number 4 will surprise you. Just get to the fucking point, right? What did you say? Let's see. Rollo, keep the knowledge coming. Gynometry. Is that what we're calling it? Maybe a new mathematic for some other science. The gyne tells us what and how to focus. I've heard this term on another show. Cool. Oh man, that was $20. Here, you get one. I'm giving out Don DeMarco's like M&Ms today. Coach Rollo, yes, you do not call me that. That is not my preferred pronoun. My preferred pronoun, by the way, is Master of Mankind and God Emperor. You may refer to me as those. Those are my preferred pronouns because I am a God Emperor and I am the Master of Mankind. So you have to refer to me as such. Hey, Rollo, what are your thoughts on Coach Red Pill, a.k.a. Gonzalo Lira? Do you respect his work? I used to. Quite honestly, I don't know. I will go find out for you. I don't know Gonzo. I don't know him well enough. I know that he's been on with Rich Cooper. Yes, I know all about the Ukrainian hostage crisis or whatever it was he was involved in. I don't really have an opinion because I don't really know enough about him. So I wish I could speak knowledgeably, but I don't. Odin, how much longer till Layman Russ finds the Tree of Life and returns from the Eye of Terror to bring back the God Emperor back to life? Probably won't happen in 40K. Although, Horus Heresy is quite the good game, by the way. In fact, I've got all 3 rule books right there. I haven't played it yet, but sooner or later, when I find some time, maybe in the holiday season, I'm going to actually get a few games of Horus Heresy in because I really love it. I think I like Horus Heresy better than 40K right now. There's your geek out moment. Wait. Sorry, you caught me.
Where are the Cheetos?
You got it.
Where's the Mountain Dew?
You caught me. I'm a dork. Atham Aldecua. You don't look bad for a 64-year-old man. Thanks, man. Rollo, plus you play in a band. You're a cool, wise, badass grandpa we never had. Thank you for outdating me. I am 54, not 64. I know. Maybe I look like whatever that character is with the Witcher. What's the anime character? Cryptic Coil, another band name I want to use. There's a movie called Studio 54. Yes, I think I've seen it. A scene in that movie showed that his looks got him into club game, but game got him laid. That's the takeaway about looks. Looks are the starting point, not the finishing line. Exactly. Looks are very important. They are number 1, but they are not all. They are that list of things that are important. There's more than just the one at the very top. Got it? Thank you. That's red pill. Black pill is, I'm never going to do it. It's never going to be for me. I'm a chin cell. How come there's no guru for chin cells? How come there's no gurus for height cells? How come there's no gurus for vol cells? Those guys are like marginalized tribes of incel spherodom. Who's going to step up and be their spiritual leader? Certainly not Jordan Peterson. He doesn't know who you are, you chin cells. Rollo, can you break down money status? Money status is 65%. Did I say that? I don't think I've said that. Money status game, look status game. Okay, so the way I break it down, this is your $5 super chat version of this. In the player's handbook and in the first book, actually, I talk about this, how looks are. Looks are important, okay? Looks, I put it this way. Looks, affluence, and game. Have to. You want to get laid? Have to. Looks and affluence and game, whatever. Have to. It's better to have 3, but if you can only have 1, The best one to have, the only one to have, the most important one to have is actually game. Oh, what are you talking about? I thought looks were important. They are, but looks don't make much difference if you can't carry on a conversation and your looks are incongruent with who you present yourself to be. What's Rollo talking about? What's congruence? Well, congruence is this. If you take Jason Momoa and you put him in a slingshot bikini and he starts acting like if he's with a lisp and he seems like he has a very gay mannerism to him, if you just see Jason Momoa, a guy like that, a bodybuilder, whatever, you see him like that, what are you expecting his personality? Well, if you see The Rock, okay, I keep using Jason Momoa. If you use a sexy guy who's built, V-taper, nice body, nice abs, whatever, jawline, whatever, and he acts gay, you are expecting him to be one way when he's actually not that way. Or if you take, The Rock, and you put him in a pink tutu and a ballet tutu, and he says he's the tooth fairy, that's an example of incongruity. Well, women would still fuck him. Yeah, they would. But if who he really was the tooth fairy, it's going to exclude him from a lot of other opportunities. Let's just put it that way, okay? It's the expectation of what that guy is about in congruence with what he looks like. That's the difference, okay? Does money make a difference? It does, depending on the context. As I've said before, the most of my 42 some odd notch count, most of that, the vast majority, I would say 75-80% of that was when I was broke as fuck. I had a beat up 1979 Toyota pickup with no tailgate. I lived in a 1-bedroom studio apartment in North Hollywood. My dining room table was a big ass spool. Not kidding. It was like one of them big spools that they, wrap cables around, like Caltrans and stuff. That was my dining room table. And you know what? I got more ass in that place than anywhere else. And I had, my liquid assets were my truck, my half stack, and 2 guitars. Well, one was a bass. Okay. That was it. And I still got laid like tile. It's not about money. It's about context, about what is that woman looking for at that particular time. Are you going to go off and have babies with it? No, but that's not what we're talking about. Talking about getting laid, talking about what do women want? Well, depends on where they're at and what they're looking for. Less than 20 college students learning about red pill tips. Under. I don't have any tips for you. The best tips I can give you is to read my book. And here's what you do, under 20 guy. Read the first book and then read the player's handbook. That would be the best tips I can give you. Coach Greg was an actual basketball coach. Then that can be his preferred pronoun. I hereby, via con Dios, man. Oh, wait. Here you go. You have my blessing to be called a coach. There you go. But most people don't. Yes, Pasadena is beautiful. I was born and raised there. I lived there for most of my life, actually. Well, half my life now. The other half, I have lived in Nevada. Rip Kevin Samuels. How do you think they killed him? I don't think they did. I think he did it to himself. Thank you. They. Who's they? Wait. Hold on, I got to do this right. Who is they? Was it Sam Botto? Was it Rollo Tomasi? Who's responsible? Red Bull, Stress, and let's see, an escort he hired from, I don't know, St. Louis. I'm not saying she did it, but it's a combination of stresses, let's say. Atham was joking, Rollo. He hikes with Cappy. Okay, thanks, Atham. Saralita. God Emperor is not 64. No, I am 24. Go with I identify. That's one of my preferred pronouns, one of my preferred identities. I am 24. Off topic, but I watched Whiplash, true red pill classic. Yes, so good. And so before you think that it's not, I don't know if you guys know the movie's called Whiplash. I really should just do a dedicated show where I do like movies suggestions and like books. I really need to get to the books show. the reading list. The approved Rollo Tomasi, Professor Emeritus, his textbook, his curriculum coursework. I would definitely include Whiplash as part of that coursework. Whiplash is a really great movie, and I'm just going to give you the brief plot. I don't want to give you spoilers because it's too good. Mr. Fitch, not John Fitch. Mr. Fitch is the guy who is the jazz. He's the director of the jazz ensemble at a music college whose name I don't remember. And it follows the story of this kid who is, and I do mean kid. He looks like he's 18 to 20, somewhere around there, who has dedicated his life to become the best jazz drummer he possibly can. And Mr. Fitch realizes his potential and basically drives him into the dirt, trying to turn him into the best that he can possibly be. And I think it's an important movie because it teaches a valuable lesson that the participation trophy generation is completely unfamiliar with. Is that to go from ordinary to extraordinary you have to get punched in the face daily. Most people, certainly men, young men of this job, the most recent generation of Gen Z Zoomers, will never be able to, a vast majority of them will not be able to relate with Whiplash because it seems like it's hazing. It seems like it's bullying. It seems like it's abusive. And in ways it kind of is, but it has a point and a purpose to it. And you don't find that out till the end of the movie, and I'm not going to give it away, but it's very much a red pill movie. I definitely agree. Bradford Hogue, off topic, but I watched Whiplash. Okay, that was it. Okay. Do I have anything else? Got to Bradford. And the last but not least, Anand Kun. Thanks for, what kind of name is that? Thanks for everything you do. Missed the first hour of the show, but did you cover I Regret Being a Slut article? No, I have not. Do you want me to? Really want me to? I regret being a slut. You know who picked, who actually did pretty good job of that was Tori, who I'm going to run up the flagpole here at the end. What's everyone's thought on sending their daughter to all girls school? They perform better, but want her graduating with pink hair. Help. Don't. There's your help. Don't do it. Don't do it. And like the effing video. Thank you very much. Okay. I am done with Jordan Peterson. I think you probably are too. Now, let us look at this abomination. Not that one. Sorry, I'm looking through these. Oh, one of these days I'm going to have to run Tommy Lahren up the flagpole too. Okay, here it is. This is a short video, so I think we can probably work our way through this one. Tori, I do not apologize for this, but just as I was saying a moment ago, sometimes if you want the best out of a student, you have to punch them in the face occasionally. So I'm going to preface this by saying that this is all in love, girl.
Losing out on meeting a woman of substance, and they're losing out on having the opportunity to have an intimate relationship and pursue a family and all of these things that come that are so rewarding and fulfilling. And
do all men think that women are sluts? Just wondering.
Do you guys do that? Do you guys think that all women are sluts? I don't. I definitely don't. But I have been on record as saying all women are sluts. You just have to be the guy to bring it out of them. All women are sluts except for your mom. And your dad thinks she's a slut. Or a bitch, whatever you want to call it. Okay, let's keep going.
Because everything I fall back to is why are they running through women? And it's here we go. It's well, that's their sexual need. I'm it's not a need, it's a desire. But why are they doing that?
That's where we're going to stop this. Okay, that's actually what I want to talk about. No, actually, Tori, sex is a need. There you go. I said it. Somebody had to. Sex is a need, and I want to dispel the myth that it is a want or it's a luxury. It's a leisure. You don't need sex. To live a fulfilling, happy life. And yet we have these stats showing that pornography addiction is at an all-time high. I think I dropped those last show. I could bring those out if you'd like. However, sex is a need. Why do I say that? Well, I've done 2 essays, and I think I actually did a full episode on this before, and I want to dispel this myth right now because a lot of people want to say that sex is not something that you need for survival. You can have a really great life. You don't have to, it's not like oxygen or water or food or, comfort and clothing. Well, I mean, technically, housing's not a need by that logic. A bed under you is not a need. It's a want. How dare you want the luxury of a nice burrito mattress, which I just got. They're great. How dare you? You don't need clothes either. They're not a need, aren't they? You don't need lipstick and makeup. You don't need it. So we're going to distill things down to like what's a need and what's not. I will argue this. Sex is absolutely a need. In fact, if you were going to I'm not a big proponent of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? But I would say this is if I were to be a proponent of that ideology, I would definitely put sex at the very bottom, at the base level of that pyramid, that hierarchy, that pyramid, along with oxygen, along with food, along with, exercise, I would say is definitely a need. I would say that water is a need, fundamental basics to keep your body working and your adaptation, all the things that your hindbrain, like your lizard brain, is very good at, all the things that are moved to your peripheral awareness, all of those are pretty much needs. You need to avoid danger. Somebody, again, instinctually, like I said before, if somebody throws something at you, you're going to instinctively flinch out of the way. You need to avoid pathogens, right? You don't want to be around dead bodies. You don't want to be around feces because there could be pathogens there, and then you're going to get sick. That's a need. That's for survival. And you know what else is a need? Sex is a need, because sex will also prompt. It provokes and prompts other drives. It prompts creative problem solving. If you think about it from the perspective of survival, sex is a need. And I wrote an essay about this. It's called You Need Sex. Men Need Sex, I think is what it was. Because when you see a guy who's like the 40-year-old virgin, when you see a guy, like I just read, somebody sent me this, it's an old story. It reminded me of Rouge for whatever reason, but this guy who was like 86 years old, 87 years old, and he lived in some monastery, and he went his entire life without seeing a woman ever. And like all these guys from NoFap and all these, like the most extreme end of trad cons were like, yeah, man, that's great. Awesome. What a hero. And I'm looking at this and I'm going, I feel bad for that guy. I feel bad for a guy who's a virgin at like 50 years old. I feel bad for a guy who is a mountaintop monk who's never seen a woman in his life at 86 years old. He's never seen a woman. Well, that to me is it's almost like seeing a guy who's missing a limb. It's like seeing somebody who has like, that's not, I feel bad for them. I'm just like, it's not pity so much as it is like, it's kind of like if you want to help them out, right? It's like this want to help dudes. And like, well, why haven't you seen a woman? I got one right here. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. I'll bring her up to you on the top of the mountain. I could do that. But, it seems to me it's almost like a disability to be a 40-year-old virgin. Why was that movie so funny? And Jeff was it Carell? David was Carell. His name. Anyways, it's like the reason it's funny and kind of sad at the same time is like you've got a guy who spent more than half of his life without even kissing a girl. That to me is like losing a limb. It's like having a disability. And so when I think about it in those terms, I'm like, yeah, to experience the totality of a human experience, it doesn't have to be men or women. Part of that is having sex, passing on your genes. In fact, you are an evolutionary dead end and a failure. I didn't say failure. You're a dead end by participating in your own extinction. And I don't mean to wax philosophical because I'm just going to try to present this in as nuts and bolts a way as I possibly can. But when I was reading, I think it was The Ape That Understood the Universe. There's I think there's a couple of chapters in there that Steve Stewart Williams dropped in there, and they were about memes and memetics, really. And I don't mean like memes like online or whatever. I mean like memes that are like ideas or things like ideas, principles, beliefs. It could be like music. It could be like lyrics. It could be the earworm, like ABBA. I can't get the song out of my head, right? It could be something like that. Those are the memes that get passed from one person to the next, to the next, to the next, and they evolve as well, right? So there's the mimetic side of things. And then there's also the idea, anyways, that, and I think there's some merit to this, is that the only thing that is immortal about humans or animals for that matter, or even bacteria, is our genetic code. And so the imperative for all animals, hell, even for plants, is to pass on that code to the next generation, because as that tree dies or that person dies or that animal dies, the only thing that is immortal about that animal, or at least stays on this planet after the death of that animal or that plant or whatever, is your DNA, is your genetic code. And so it's been proposed, and you guys can sort of chew on this for the rest of the week. It's been proposed that organisms are nothing but vehicles for DNA, for the genetic code. Now, are humans more than that? Yeah, I would say so, definitely. However, from an evolutionary rudimentary level, we are vehicles for our own genetic code. I was forget who it was. It was it was David Buston and Mike Sartain. They were talking about how if your prime directive in life is to pass on genetic code, have children, and that any meme that prevents that is antithetical. It is detrimental to that organism. So you got these guys who are like, oh, we're anti-natalists. We think there's too many people in the world. Or you want to talk about the global the new reset. We need to Malthusian politics, right? We need to depopulate the world because there's too many. That's a meme. That's an idea. That's a conviction. That's really a religion. That's a thought. But what does it do? It's the reason why we are horrified by that is because it is anti-passing your DNA on. Or we can talk about eugenics and stuff like that. It's also, well, we should pass on our DNA, but only these ones, only mine, only the smart people, only the fit people, only this ethnicity, only that sex, only, and picking those things out, right? So you've got the theory, the hypothesis that organisms are nothing more than vehicles for DNA. And then you have the memes that say, well, we can control that now. We can decide which DNA goes on into perpetuity, and we can decide who gets to be extinct. And it's made that much easier if you can be convinced that sex is not a need. Let's continue.
Is that just men? Not all men. It's like, well, there's clearly a problem. I don't believe this fucking harem shit. I just don't.
Why?
I don't know one woman that would be okay with it.
The women who might.
We see this all the time. Hell, it's women that want to be in the harems now. It's women who would rather share a high value alpha. They don't call it a harem. But they would rather share a high-value man than be saddled with the faithful loser. And in today's modern society, women at least have the perception that they have options, that they don't have to worry about their long-term security. Because we finally, congratulations, rejoice, women, everything has been done for you. So now you can have babies out of wedlock. Now you don't have to worry about long-term security. Now you don't have to worry about saber-toothed tigers. Now you don't have to worry about where your next meal's coming from. Now you don't have to worry about washing dishes because we invented dishwashers, washing your clothes. Now you have all the modern conveniences that blue pill beta men have over the course of history created because they thought it would get them in there, and they thought that they would help them pass their DNA on to the next generation. Rejoice. Everything has been done for you. But the perception is that. Now, the reality is, of course, that, and a rude awakening would be that that's not actually the truth. But in the meantime, while women believe that all of that, the beta buck side of hypergamy is settled, or that it could be settled, it should be, they're entitled to it being settled, that in the meantime, they're going to share a high value man. Okay. It's just like the enforced monogamy thing that we were talking about before, like Jordan Peterson, once again, right? Socially enforced monogamy. Yeah, that was best practices for a very long time. Now, not so much. In a post-sexual revolution world, not so much, because we basically ceded, C-E-D-E-D, ceded. We have given control over human reproduction to women, to one sex, to the detriment of the species, quite honestly. But we're still in that experiment. However, with respect to what is and what isn't, and what should and what shouldn't be, it comes back to like, polygamy, poly, all that good stuff. I'm completely against it. Not from a moralistic perspective, not from a practical perspective, but just from an evolutionary perspective, it is untenable. I've talked about that. Like we are promiscuous by nature, and yes, we are monogamous by nature. And if we aren't, then we don't invest in the next generation. So just because you don't know women who would be cool with like, yeah, it's okay. I'm going to fuck Trilstein and I'm going to fuck him too. Okay. Like there's two right there, like supposedly. And you don't know any of those. No, but you do know girls who are sharing a high value alpha and they don't know that they are, but they're in his harem because women are creating the harem themselves. It's a soft harem and we don't call it a harem, but that's effectively, that's what it is.
Feel this way. No.
Which means that the guy has to be lying and spinning plates, which means like, how can you, I'm not going to say like, how can you shame the woman? It's like, but seriously, when you're lying to so many people nonstop, you're just a compulsive liar. Like, what do you expect? We're taught to take people at their word. And when they show you proof that they're untrustworthy, then leave. That's it. But give people the benefit of the doubt. Should we not be doing that?
No, I agree. However, I will say this, the medium is the message, though. At what point do you not give them the benefit of the doubt? When where's the threshold? Fool me once, fool me twice. When is the threshold? Because there's a lot of guys, and I will agree with her on this. I think I will. I'll meet you halfway here, Tori. I think there's a lot of guys who they want to be hard asses, right? They want to say, no, zero tolerance, right? Okay, maybe not. Just kind of depends. But again, at what point is the medium at what point is it throwing the baby out with the bathwater? Maybe that's a better way to put it. At what point is there a standard time? Like, is context, driven, of course, but is there a standard time at which, like, the threshold has been met? 3 strikes and you're out. Is that good enough? Is that should that be a policy? I think it kind of depends. And is there? And this is actually a really good question. Is there an instance where, is there something maybe three strikes and you're out? That's what I'm sticking at, right? Is there something that could happen that 1 strike and you're out? Like, I had zero tolerance. Screw it, I'm out. Again, I think it's contextual.
You guys be telling us we have too many shit tests. Shit tests are evolutionary. Sounds like revolutionary. They've been going on in chimps and specific birds. They would be mean to the men. And whoever was more dominant, who didn't just take her shit, she ended up sleeping with. So,
yep, that's right. I can also show you research also that shows that wives are actually happy when their husbands, who are high value guys, who are more, let's just say, have a higher status than them, do bad. It's almost like, what is it, Schadenfreude, right? It's sort of like rejoicing or having feeling better when at the expense of someone else. So when you have, again, I could show you the research for this. I gotta go dig this up. I know it's in my archives, but they've done research where it's like if the husband does bad, the woman feels good about it. And I don't know if it's necessarily like, taking him down a notch, but I think it's more. I think it was more motivated by the fact that it reassures that woman that she's not going to lose that guy. Like, oh, thank God he didn't get that promotion. Thank God his record wasn't a hit record. Thank God he didn't get a raise in pay, because now I still got him. He's not going to try to go fuck the secretary, like that kind of thing. So there is that. The other thing is a shit test should always be seen as an opportunity. Any guy who has game that's worth his salt will understand that a shit test is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to flip it off, to flip the script. Got it? Good.
You guys bitch about shit tests. The only people I know that don't bitch about them actually are red pill. The ones who get mad are unstable. I'm just saying. I don't know any.
So there is a difference between black pill doomers and red pill. Thank you. See, we're still on the same page. I love you, Tori.
Red pill guy that isn't amused by shit test. Amused mastery.
Once again, in Player's Handbook, shit tests, I go, it's not about passing shit tests. It's about game judo. It's about using the shit test energy back on your opponent.
Genuinely, like they don't take offense to it. They take that as the woman likes them. You know, I'll shut up.
It's about themselves. There are so many good women that I know who are single, because how can you compete in the dating world with men who can have sex with as many women as they want if you don't want to have sex with somebody?
You don't. And then they just leave. There's no dating life. You just don't participate.
That's true. This kind of goes against what I was talking about when it comes to like hookup culture. There is no hookup culture. There's alpha guys, there's alpha Chad culture, and then there's the soft harems that they have. That's hookup culture. Hookup culture exists, at least in part, at least in half, I would say, because women, that's where they're at. It's not because put it this way, incels, the average guy, and this is not a hit on her. I'm just throwing this one out there because I know that there's guys like Matt Walsh or Shapiro or all these guys who want to suddenly become a red pill, right? The 80% of guys, the guys who are deemed unattractive, and I would throw like 90% of guys, right, are not the drivers of hookup culture. There is no hookup culture. Hookup culture died back in 2012. Hookup culture actually kind of died with when social media came out, oddly enough, right? Oh, what's he saying? How could that happen? Well, let me explain to you. Because hookup culture, it used to be something where like, okay, we're going to go to college and we're going to have hookups and we're going to have it's casual sex. It's Studio 54, right? We're going to just meet up. We're going to do one night stands and that's it. Well, the problem is that hookup culture for men anyways, is the only men who can participate in that are elite level men. All women can participate in hookup culture, but only elite level men, only the guys that women want to share can participate in what is, quote unquote, hookup culture. The rest, 80-90% of guys, the unattractives, the invisibles, they would be happy if their OnlyFans girlfriend, their virtual girlfriend, their AI, what is that? The replica girlfriend will call them at the right time of day. Those apps don't exist because hookup culture is a thing, right? And I'm not coming at you, Tori. I love you, Tori. This is completely away from this, but she's right about this. So it's like, yeah, and they leave. Yeah. The guys you want to lock down, the alpha chads you want to lock down.
Wig towel.
Right away. So they're not even engaging in the
there is a thing called wig towel
market of mates and dating. That's a tragedy too, because some of the best women I know, smartest, most loving, nurturing women I know are single and not even going on dating sites. Why would you, when it's just men generally looking for hookups?
No, elite level men on those dating apps get with you because women want to get with them. Once again, the 4.5% guys, the Justin Wallers of the world, they're the ones. And but they're smart and they're funny and they're intelligent and this and this and this. And that makes absolutely no fucking difference to guys who can benefit, the elite level guys who can benefit from whatever is the last vestiges or whatever passes for hookup culture right now. There is no hookup culture, not for 90% of guys. Maybe 100% of women it could, but maybe women are suddenly there's this epiphany, right? Riley Reid regrets being a porn actress after she gives birth. Wow, imagine that. Epiphany. Was it Mia Khalifa? I regret it. What's the other girl? Forget her name.
So this hookup culture and this way that we've been told is.
Why are you slaves to your biology? Like, what's women's default mating strategy?
Alpha fucks, beta bucks. You know this.
Trying to lock down a guy. You guys want us to go back to being the way that we used to be, but yet you can't seem to pick one.
Thank you, Allie Drummond. No, the guys that we want to pick you don't want to be locked down because they live in a state of sexual abundance. There are lots of guys who want to do exactly that. They just don't get swiped right. They are the sexual invisibles. There is a world of incels, for lack of a better term, who are following Jordan Peterson. A world of them who would love nothing better than to delete the replica app and have a real girl at the front door saying, "How was your day, honey?" Lots and lots. They're not the guys that you want to lock down. They're not the guys who you're sharing right now in mass in a global sexual marketplace.
There's holes, you guys. There's holes in your red pill arguments. I'm sorry. Calling it out.
Yeah, it seems frustrating, and I know and again, I'm not running you up the flagpole, Tori, but fact is, and I get this all the time, and I know you probably heard this from Allie because she's been yapping about this lately too, and she's not the first one. Oh, I think it was Lauren Southern said something like this to me as well. The red pill tells guys that they should just go and fuck anything on two legs, and then they want a girl who's not a slut. Well, you guys are creating those sluts. No, we're not. Because again, statistically speaking, 80 to 90% of those guys are not creating the sluts. It is the 4.5%ers, the guys that women want to get with, because they will legislate lesser men from even approaching them because they criminalize beta males even making an approach, because now that's sexual harassment, right? But they will criminalize betas actually trying to run game, while at the same time sharing the high value men. Alpha fucks, beta bucks. If the beta bucks is already settled, what's left? It's not rocket science. So who's creating that? Who's creating that whole mess? Is it guys or is it women? And you could argue, well, it is to an extent. It definitely is guys in some place, but they're the top tier guys, not just the average schmo. The average guy, average women don't want to get with average men. Average men would love nothing better than to have a loyal, stable, hot chick who is not run through by the guys that she's been sharing with other women in their hookup culture. It's not hard to figure out.
You can't demand women be traditional when you don't even show the minimum effort for it. We'll just see where things go. Oh, baby, no. So then it's so women lower their standards even more. So we should change our mating strategy because you don't want to? You guys have been doing the same shit.
Men change their mating strategy constantly. That's why there is a red pill. That's why there is game, formalized game. That is why guys go to the gym. That's all it is. Male self-improvement is exactly that. Changing themselves so they're better able to compete in the sexual marketplace. That is what this is all about. So, and you know why it is, and it's more popular for men because sperm is cheap and eggs are expensive. Not hard to figure out. Not rocket science. So, well, how come women have to change their mating strategy? They don't, and I wouldn't expect them to anyways, because we live in a gynocentric social order, and the cardinal sin is to expect women to lower their standards. And you want to know why women of 36, 37, 38 years old are on Steve Harvey crying a river about how they can't find the right guy. Well, it's not about lowering standards so much as it is being realistic. If you say, well, all women deserve the best. Well, if they do, if all women deserve the best guy, if they're entitled to a high value man, guess what the best strategy is to achieve that? Share him with other women. That's how it works. And very few of those guys even really kind of capitalize on that. But the ones that do, are the ones that women get really pissed off about.
For how many years? You were doing it when you were married. So just explain it to me. Genuinely.
That's enough of that. Thank you. All right. I will pull you from the studio. Oh, wait. Here's that attention you wanted. Hey, everybody. Let's have a look at this. Squirtle Turtle. Here's that attention you wanted. Sydney was right about you. You're nothing but a dating coach. How? How am I dating? Did I not just explain things nuts and bolts here for a moment ago? The black pill's getting stronger every day, fellows. Okay. And then what? You're right, Squirtle Turtle. Was that a Pokemon? Okay. You win. You're right. Now what? We're all going to follow you instead of Jordan Peterson, Squirtle Turtle. What's the end game? Tell me how do we reorganize society once the riot is over? Once the movement is once we've risen up and taken control of everything. You said it's getting stronger every day, fellas. So what's the end game, dude? Because what happens when the revolution is over? If the red pill is truth, then explain why women only care about looks. You're not 6 feet. If you're not 6 foot, it's over. Well, I'm 5'11". Hell, Kevin Sabo is shorter than me. Definitely not over for him. So it can't just be height. Black pill dude. All right, let's get to this. Everything that can kill you if you don't fulfill it becomes a need. 2/3 of suicides are men. Thank you. Yeah, I said the word. All right, keep going. And Tori, I see you in my text over there. Again, I'm using you as an illustration. I'm not trying to fuck with you. Let's see. Well, except for that part about hookup culture. Sometimes you have to just sort of make an example here. Emilio says, we are promiscuous by nature, monogamous by necessity. The emperor god Rollo Tomas. No, god emperor. Okay, get the pronoun fucking right. You can also say master of mankind. That's fine. Or emperor is fine. Your grace, my lord, my liege. You can call me my liege. That's my preferred pronoun. All right. I've been going on too long here. Is there anything else? Let's keep going. That is it. Okay. Yes. So all men less than 6 foot must die. Thank you. So that pretty much sums up the entire show. Rollo, I realized a bleep test for women is when you want her to drive your car. If she says, okay, you found your mate. Yes. Yes. That's good that she would want you to be the driver. Exactly. So let's see. I'm going to read this out because I think she probably wants me to. Let's see. She says, Tori says she makes videos with Beverly, who is a militant feminist. Okay. If you don't watch my videos, fine, but I always preface Beverly. Okay. She's a feminist. Good. Is that the fat chick? That's why when you sent me this, the sex is a need, I laughed. Yeah, well, it is. Sex is a need. And this is not you, Tori. This is the conversation here. So the conversation is such and by the way, it's not just feminists who are saying this. This is like no fap guys, right? You don't need sex to be alive. It's not like it's oxygen. Yeah. Let's see. So anyways, I'm going to give her a shout out. Go subscribe to Torshaa podcast. You can find all of my affiliate channels in the not in the description, but in my channel log on the main part of the site. There you go. All right. So I'm not TLDRing you, dear. Sorry. I'm just using you as an example. That's all. I'm not fucking with you. If anything, you should be happy because I'm throwing you a bone here. Okay, that's that. Let's see. Today was full of trolls. Yes, it was. I like trolls. Come on, bring them on, man. I'm more than happy to give you your freaking. If you got the ball, you're gonna send out. You got the balls to like troll me with a $5 super chat. And trust me, I will give you that attention, my friend, and I will run you up the flag. I'm happy to have it. You're entertainment. You're entertainment to me. I'm surprised we didn't have any more like porn spam too. That's a disappointment. Only Rollo Tomasi is disappointed when we don't have porn spam. Anyways, I am a gracious emperor. You are correct. All right, Tori, I love you. See you later. Anyways, don't forget this coming up week. I will not have a midweek. However, Friday, October 7th, I will be in Vegas. I will be with Mike Sartain. Our very first pilot episode of Access Vegas will be on Friday at 10 p.m. Pacific time. So that means it will be 1 a.m. Eastern time. Sorry, but we're doing this for people in our time zone this time. Hopefully you guys will be participating in that. It will be a Friday. It'll be fun. We're trying to actually schedule it so it doesn't conflict with like say Fresh and Fit or something like that. I don't want to step on their time slot. But we're just trying this out. We're going to see how this works. Again, it will be simulcast on this channel, your channel right here. So you can go check it out. I will be joined by 4 gorgeous women. CJ Sparks, by the way, is one of them. If you check my Instagram, I have like stories, and I've got more data on that as well. As far as like who's going to be, who's who, and where they're going to be. And then the following, let's see, the 17th through the 23rd, I think, or 22nd, I'll be in Vegas. We're going to do the show for the second time. I don't know who the guests are going to be exactly. I think we might have, I'm certainly going to have Kevin Sabo on as one. Because we're going to be doing, we're going to go watch a hockey game. We're going to go see the Vegas Golden Knights go at the Colorado Avalanche. That will be on the 20th. And then the second show for Access Vegas will be on the 21st. I will hopefully have, if she doesn't hate me enough right now, I will have Torshaa with me certainly on the 7th. She's going to be taking super chats, and she's going to be running the board. She's going to be my Natalia. What do you say for 5'4" games when it comes to dating? Break your legs and get that surgery so you can like put inserts in, just like Cappy was talking about. That would be the way to go. Yeah, that's how you get taller, isn't it? Then how we're supposed to do it. Painful, but well worth the pain, right? That's how you do it. You should do it. That looks maxers. I don't think you're dedicated enough. I question your conviction if you're not breaking your shins to get 1 inch taller. Really? Can you really be Black Pill Doomer if you're not breaking your legs to get 1 inch of height? I don't care. Don't come at me, man. I'm just calling like I see it. There you go. Anyways, don't forget Access Vegas, Friday, October 7th. Me, Rollo Tomasi, Mike Sartain. Torshaa will be in the control booth, and we've got to have 4 beautiful women. CJ Sparks, one of them, Lynn something or other. I can't remember her name. Oh, we're also going to have Spiritual Bimbo is going to be on there too. That's what she goes by. I'm not making it up. She's got 60cc boobs. Go check that out. It'll be a lot of fun. It's going to be a good time. We're going to have a really fun time at that. And then of course, Mike Sartain's birthday is on Wednesday, the 6th. Thursday is the 6th, right? I'm forgetting which day it is. Anyways, we will be in, so that's Thursday the 6th. So anyways, I'll probably be doing some stuff with him. I will have Tori with me for most of the time. Miguel from Cultivate Crypto will be with us. Jason Hartman will also be with us. My good friend Jason Hartman, who you guys probably know from my Tahoe trips and from the collective from George Gammon, Kiyosaki's crew. Jason's coming out for that too, so he'll be with us. We're going to do a fundraiser. I believe it's on Saturday. It's going to be a Humane Society fundraiser kind of thing, or it's called Foundation Friday Forum is what it's called, and it's a animal rescue charity event. I thought it worked pretty well considering my history with greyhounds and everything. I mean, it's not specifically for greyhounds, but I figured I would do that, and we got that going on. That'll be on Saturday. That'll be a lot of fun. So check out my Instagram, check out my Twitter, follow me along with those. Follow Torshaa on her Instagram and follow her on her channel. Follow Red Pill Lions. I'm very much co-branded with all those people. Go check out Giovanni Sanders if you're into that kind of music. If you really like, let's see, what kind of style does he do? If you like A Day to Remember, I think that's kind of his groove. That's Giovanni Sanders, Jevani Sanders. Go check him out. Also, go check out Trey Little, Tray Little. He's actually trying to buy his old house that he grew up in right now. It's kind of in like sort of a rundown area. He's doing some kind of program so he can pick it up and sort of do like I don't say gentrify, but like definitely like upgrade that neighborhood. Really good dude. Go check out Trey Little if you like rap and stuff. And then of course, Big Mo. Big Mo's got his own thing going on. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys. The next time I see you will probably be on the 7th, which is Access Vegas. I will see you guys then. And anything else I need to hit on before we go? No, but I do need to do this. Where'd it go? And preceding podcast has been a production of The Rational Male, registered trademark 2022. All rights reserved. No portion of this video may be used in part or whole without permission. And don't steal my stuff.